Good morning, Mosam sir. Please make me co-host.
Good morning, Supriya ma'am. How are you?
Madam, absolutely fine, ma'am. आप कैसे हो?
मैम बेहतरीन है एकदम बस बढ़िया है.
Dr. Supriya, good morning.
Good morning, Cliff sir. Good morning. We are starting in a few minutes, sir.
Dr. Supriya, one of my colleague, Sir Matthew Elizar, will also be presenting today.
Yeah.
Yes, and
sir.
another one is my student in the PhD program, San Dumlao del Rosario will also be presenting.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay. Thank you very
sir,
much,
please.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Dr.
good
Derry,
morning.
please.
Good morning, everyone.
Please give their names in a chat box, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, sir. Hello, Cliff sir. How are you?
Hello, good morning, Dr. Supriya. Hello, everybody.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. So we will start in a few minutes, sir. Yes. Hello, dear Tamar. How are you? Please switch on your camera. Aha. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, I am very happy you didn't sleep, dear. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Dr. Gunjan Shukla, she is Tamar. Actually, she is one of the global convener from the Georgia. And she connected so many educators, so many students from the land of Georgia. Thank you, dear Tamar. Thank you very much for joining. And actually, yes, dear. Dear, the whole team of Witty Gossip Association and our Expression Learning Resource Private Limited, actually, we are very grateful that you have connected so many educators with us, dear. Thank you, dear.
From my side, I would like to express the greatest gratitude towards whatever you are doing.
Yes, dear. Dear, we will start in a few minutes. Yes. Gunjan ma'am, your guest of honors and speakers have joined us. Okay. Hello, Matthew sir. How are you? Please check your mic, sir.
About everyone. Hello, everyone.
Yes. Hello, Matthew sir. Yes. Hello, Matthew sir. Thank you very much for joining. Sondale Rosario. So please check your mic also.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, please switch on once your camera, sir.
Sure.
Yes. Is this okay, sir? Is this okay? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes. So you are the speaker from the Dr. Derry, right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
We will start in a few minutes, sir. Welcome.
Noted, ma'am.
Yes. Dear Tama, she is Dr. Gunjan Shukla. She is one of our global convener from the land of India, and actually she is the principal in a very renowned institution of the Central India, which is known as Vikrant Group of Institution.
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. S. Chabra joined us, right, ma'am? Dr. Gunjan Shukla. Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Shesh Chabra has joined us, and I think one more speaker, Mr. Rajat Bhavsar, he'll joining us shortly.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. S. Chabra, I would like to request you, sir, please check your mic and camera, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Am I
morning,
audible?
sir. Yes, sir, loud and clear, and you are visible also. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Yes, sir. Sir, we will start in a few minutes, sir.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Okay. Rajat sir is also with us. Rajat sir is also speaker, right, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah, he
Rajat
has
sir is
joined.
also.
He has
Yes.
joined.
Rajat sir, please check your mic, sir. You are proper visible. Please check your mic, whether you are audible or not. Yes, sir.
Yeah, audible.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we are starting in a few minutes. Tirijay, yeah, Tirijay Faye. Dear, are you also speaker from the Dr. Derry's side? Please check whether you are audible or not.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Hello. Yes, you are also speaker. Yes, yes. Sure, dear. Sure. Dear, please pronounce your name. Tirijay, please pronounce your name.
Actually, ma'am, I am Mabel L. Victoriano from the Philippines.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Hello, dear Nino, for joining us. Dear Tamar, every day Nino has joined us as a patience listener. Every day she joins us. Thank you very much, Nino, for joining us. We will start exact at 9:10. Hello, Divya ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm very good. How about you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm absolutely fine, ma'am.
Great to see you.
Divya, yes, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, it's a really honor to have you in this global platform. Ma'am, are you located right now in Singapore?
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
located
Dubai. Singapore or Dubai?
No, I am located in Singapore, ma'am.
Singapore. Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Ajay Jain sir. Yes, okay. Still Ajay Jain sir has not joined us. Divya Tiwari ma'am is one of the speaker from the Research Foundation of India for today's Goal 16.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world we all are.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, we are starting in a few minutes. 3 to 4 minutes, ma'am, we will start. Dr. Gunjan Shukla ma'am, Pramila Sethia ma'am is also one of the speaker, right?
Ma'am, for that I have no clue. I need to check. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Hello, Pramila ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes. Oluchi has joined us. Oluchi, please switch on your camera and please check your mic also. Yes. Yes, dear. Thank you very much for joining us, dear Oluchi.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, dear. Good morning. Thank you very much. Dear, we will start in a few minutes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Bharti ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you for yesterday's cooperation. We are
Yes,
in two newspapers today.
Yes.
I request you to share both the things with in the group.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Ma'am, all the speakers, student speakers from the expression has joined us, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, they have joined.
They have joined. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Good morning, Bharti ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Here, I would like to mention that Bharti Kangwani ma'am is one of our global convener. Actually, she has connected Expression Learning Resource Private Limited, and yesterday she actually did a great conference to make successful day 15 in the Atri Devi Government Higher Secondary School. Actually, this government higher secondary school is located in central India. So we actually celebrated the goal 15 life on land there. and our Honorable District Education Officer was also there. So thank you very much, Bharti ma'am, for make this day 15 memorable one, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, and thanks to you too.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. In the next 3 minutes, we will start. Bharti ma'am, please ask students of the expressions to join the meeting, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes. And as we are observing the Easter day, so thank you very much, all the speakers who celebrated the Easter. Wish you a great, great Easter day. Please enjoy, please celebrate the Easter day. And I wish lots of prosperity and lots of peace. So thank you very much. Yes, happy Easter to all. Dr. Vishwanath, okay, you have joined us from the, just hold on, let me check. Dr. Vishwanath, please check your mic, whether you are, yes. Yes,
ma'am.
doctor. Okay. Yes, dear Christiana, actually, I'm just waiting for you. Yes, yes. Christiana, please check your mic, whether you are audible or not.
Sorry. Good morning, dear Dr. Supriya and all participants.
Good morning. Happy Easter, Christiana. Happy Easter.
Last week was my Catholic Eastern. Today is Orthodox
Easter.
Orthodox
Okay.
Eastern. Yes, it's no problem. In our country, we celebrate both because we have the both religion here.
Okay, that's very good, dear. That's very good. Thank you very much, dear, for joining us.
No problem. Always for you.
Yes, dear. So Christiana from the Croatia, actually she is one of the mentor of this conference, and we have another mentor of this conference from the Malaysia, but she will join us later due to the Easter. Yes. Vishwanath sir, I would like to request.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, you are proper visible and proper audible also, sir. Yes.
Thank
you very much, sir, for joining us. I would like to request technical team, please change name Oppo A5s with Dr. Vishwanath. In the chat box, you can see that name, Dr. Vishwanath. Yes. So good morning, one and all. Yeah, let's start the day 16. The Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit, day 16. The whole day is dedicated to the peace, justice, and the strong institutions. To address the peace, to address the justice, to address the causes and the problems actually suffer in our strong institutions. We have the speakers around the world. We have speakers from the Croatia, India, Georgia, Philippines. So today we will have the discussion that in a what manner, in what a way we can bring the peace. We can bring the peace to make this world more empowered and the more sustainable. So thank you very much, each and everyone, from joining us in the different parts of the world. Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to invite honorable guest speaker from the land of Georgia. She is one of the person who actually connected lots of educators, lots of students from the land of Georgia, Tamar. And here I would like to also mention that Tamar is one of the person who actually won the best presentation award. So for the goal too, right, dear Tamar? Zero hunger. Yes. In the year 2021. So thank you very much, dear Tamar. The whole virtual stage is your, dear. Please first of all say few words about yourself, and also actually I would like to also know more about your Fulbright, yes, a fellowship in the University of Massachusetts. So dear, please proceed.
Thank you, dear Supriya. So I would like to express my greatest gratitude to whatever you are doing for the greatest community in this case, for the world. And I really appreciate your hard work, your dedication, your effort, and your time. And I do believe that your hard work, our hard work, I mean, our mutual collaboration will be appreciated by 2030 and no later. I'm Tamar Lolishvili. I'm from Georgia, Tbilisi. I call myself a teacher, and I'm just a teacher. I'm an English teacher at a private school, IHS, and I do work hard, I have to admit, to achieve inner peace within myself and to teach my students how to obtain inner peace within themselves. You have mentioned the Fulbright program, and I would like to say a couple of words regarding to this wonderful program. Fulbright Fellowship Program is financed by the US government, and this is for teachers, not only for English teachers, but any teacher can participate in it and spend wonderful 6 weeks in the United States, experience the culture of the USA, attend lessons at school, and collaborate with the American teachers. And later on, crucial part of this program is that teachers attend sessions at universities. In my case, I have attended sessions at Massachusetts University, Lowell in this case, and I have come here. I came back with lots of positive emotions. In this case, I have to mention that the best part of this program is that they work psychologically over ourselves how to achieve inner peace. And now my lessons are very peaceful. I have to mention that they are relaxed, they are more relaxed, and the students themselves are relaxed as well. To start with, so do I have to start the presentation now?
I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Tamar ma'am.
Yes, because I would like to share my slideshow.
Yes,
So
yes.
Actually, I have prepared 2-3 slides.
Yes, hold on.
Yes, ma'am, your host now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. So today we are here to talk about Sustainable Development Goal number 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. Our mission is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Our mission is to provide peace, to provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions to all levels. However, the life of inner peace, being harmonious without stress, is the easiest type of existence. And I do believe that nobody can bring you peace but yourself. And today I'm here. Today I'm
Mosam sir, please mute. Mosam sir, please mute her.
Yes, I will proceed.
Yes, dear Tamar, please start.
Yes. Today I'm here to talk about how I'm trying to win the war with myself as a teacher. And I'm talking about here, I'm here to talk about mindset and two main types of mindset. The first one is a growth mindset. So later on, I'm going to talk about fixed mindset. So if we ask ourselves what the growth mindset is, here is the following definition. A growth mindset generally encourages students and generally encourages individuals to believe that their inner ability can be improved. Even in specific areas where they may initially struggle. This leads to increased motivation, of course, willingness to take on challenges, and great sense of resilience in face of setbacks. So a growth-minded person does believe in this case that his most basic abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. So how can we identify that we are a growth-minded person? So here are a few tips. I have prepared a few tips how we can identify ourselves and how we can teach our students to have growth mindset. Very important here is a self-talk. In most cases, we identify three types of self-talks. So we have positive self-talk, negative self-talk, and neutral self-talk. In most cases, a person with a positive self-talk can be regarded as a person who is motivated to develop himself. So when a person says that nothing is impossible, when a person says that success is not an accident and success is a choice, we assume that this person is motivated to develop himself. At Massachusetts University, I have experienced the following thing. When a student failed, I observed the case that the student failed, and so for my amazement, this student did not get F as, so the student was not graded as F, fail, but it was written on at the bottom of the paper, not yet. I was amazed by this fact that, then when I asked the teacher how she could explain this case, she mentioned that this is yet. She must work we must give her, we must give students more chances to develop themselves. If I write F or fail, it does not mean that we have a guarantee of her future success. But if I give her a choice, in this case, I may have a guarantee to that this very student can achieve her success. So in most cases, people have negative self-talk within ourselves that leads to talk negatively outside. So this is whatever is happening in social media, what I have identified. And and at the same time, we have to be open to learning new things. From my side, I have to admit that I have tried 5 times to win my Fulbright program. I was 4 times failure. So I failed 4 times, and I won my program for the 5th. Yes, it was my 5th trial when I win. But I was open to new challenges. I was open to new challenges and to new things. And And here I would like to mention a few things about Plan B. When I first failed, I remember I had a call with my director, and so we had a kind of following conversation. Oh, dear Rusudan, I failed. I remember her wonderful golden words. If Plan A does not work, dear Tamar, there are 32 other letters in Georgian alphabet. So we should remember that there always are ways. We should teach students that this is not the ending, and we should learn students how to accept these challenges and how to struggle. We should struggle together with them in these cases. And very, very important nowadays is feedback. In my case, I have identified that our youth, young students, in this case, I work with teenagers, and they are not ready for feedback. They are afraid of criticism. But we have to remember that feedback is, of course, crucial part of our development. We'll need people around us who will give us feedback, because here we also admit being received and giving, of course, at the same time. It must be reciprocal. In most cases, we should highlight the fact that criticism, we can compare criticism to rain. Just criticism like rain should be kind of gentle, to nourish our students, our young students' growth without destroying the roots. And in this case, I have to say a couple of words about critical thinking. We mix and mingle critical thinking with criticism. We do believe that if we criticize, we receive, criticism is bad. So among my students, so I'm talking about my students because I'm working with them, and this is what I'm sharing now. So my students think that if they receive criticism, if they receive feedback, it's bad. No. So we have to admit that at the same time, mistakes should be made. Of course, we can't avoid them, but mistakes should be examined. Mistakes should be learned. And we should learn from mistakes, and then we should discard them, of course. And we should not dwell upon, and we should not be stressed at the same time. And here, what I want to mention once more is that I would like to say a couple of words about SMART goals. Yes. In most cases, I have highlighted that our students, our young students, have kind of less motivation to set their SMART goals. SMART goals in this case, so we don't know what SMART goals means. The goals must be specific, goals must be measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So we should remind them that SMART goal is a framework for setting and achieving goals, and SMART goals help to ensure that goal is well defined, goal is realistic and actionable. I will pause here a little bit to talk more about each and every step of SMART goals. So what does specific in this case mean? So when we set a goal, it must be clear, it must be well defined. It must have an outcome in our mind. At the same time, goals should be quantifiable. And we can progress, we can check the progress, and we can track the progress, and we can measure the success. It's very difficult to teach our students how to measure their success, but step by step, by obtaining positive mindset and growth mindset, I think it's achievable. So talking about achievable goals, yes, the goals should be attainable. We should take into account available resources, skills, and at the same time, time. And so in most cases, our young students, I see that they set goals that are not relevant for them. They mix and mingle SMART goals with dreams. And so in most cases, they are frustrated when they find out that their goals are not achieved, whatever they have set. Because so in this case, we should teach them how to identify goals for dreams and how to teach them the objectives, how to achieve their goals simultaneously. And we should remind them that a goal should have a specific time frame and should have deadline. Yes, in most cases, they fail having deadlines because so deadline helps them to be urgent and accountable. I guess that the sooner we teach our students how to improve their chances of achieving their desired outcomes, the sooner they are their dreams, they do realize that their dreams are achievable. And in this case, we have to mention that Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which aims to achieve peace and resilience in the world, can be supported by setting SMART goals, which will provide at the same time a roadmap for success with specific criteria for measuring progress and success. And here we can talk about fixed mindset at the same time. There are lots of quotes, so-called quotes, expressions that I often hear from the people around me. I can't do it. It's just not in my nature. People often say such kind of expressions. I was born with my talents and they are just part of who I am. Or this sentence is just, yesterday I was thinking about the content of my presentation and I have paid attention to the expressions, whatever the people around me are talking, and I have collected it, now I'm reading them out. I'm not good at this, I will never be. or it's not my fault, I just don't have the ability to do it, or why bother trying, I'm not going to get it any better anyway. So these expressions reflect a belief that one's abilities and qualities are fixed and they can't be changed through effort or practice. In this case, we have to mention that fixed mindset can be limiting and can prevent individuals from reaching their full potential. If we draw a parallel with the growth mindset, so we have highlighted that the growth mindset encourages individuals to believe in their ability to learn and improve even in areas where they may initially struggle. And here we have to talk about, when we talk about fixed mindset, it's not necessary to admit that fixed mindset can be regarded as something bad. It can be limiting and prevent individuals from reaching their full potential, but it can't be regarded as something bad. Here I have prepared some, some tips how to highlight whether we have a fixed mindset, when we have self-talk, negative self-talk, when we do believe that talent and intelligence are determined at birth and can't be changed. I have to admit that I considered myself as bad at math, and once I mentioned it with my daughter, and my daughter assumed that she did not have talent at math because her mother was not good at it. And I worked a lot on myself, and I worked a lot with my daughter to make her sure that it was a kind of false impression of me. I did not get it right. And now my daughter is preparing for math exams, so for national exams, and she has to pass an exam in math. A fixed-minded person mostly does not like the idea of getting feedback. They are afraid of it, and they are feared of failures in most cases, and at the same time they are unwilling of learning new things in case they fail or they make mistakes. So in most cases, a person with fixed mindset is afraid of making a mistake. From my side, I try my best to be a good role model. I don't know how well I deal with it, but I try my best to be a good role model. And I often, when I make a mistake, I often admit in front of my students. And so to cut a long story short, I would like to mention that a growth mindset can foster an environment of collaboration and at the same time cooperation, which is essential for achieving lasting peace. A fixed mindset can lead to entrenched positions and unwillingness to consider alternative situations. In contrast, a growth mindset encourages individuals to view conflicts as opportunities for learning and growth, which can help to kind of de-escalate tensions and create a more positive atmosphere at the, so generally we have to mention in the word. And overall, adopting a growth mindset can help to create an environment of openness, collaboration, mutual respect, which is essential for achieving lasting peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, Tamar. Could you please stop the sharing? Yes. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Yes. Dear, first of all, please do this joining hand gesture so that I can click your picture. Dear Tamar, please do. Yes. Dear, a little bit up. Actually, your face. Yes. Great, dear. Great. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, dear. You explained the growth mindset and the fixed mindset in a very well manner. And if we need a growth mindset, so definitely we have to put some positive thoughts in our mind. And just because of this growth mindset, definitely we will be able to bring a praise in our atmosphere. So thank you, dear. Thank you, Tamar. Dear Christiana, would you like to say something about this wonderful and faithful presentation?
Yes, amazing thoughts and guidelines how to be with peace inside and we are the creator of peace inside, and nobody from around us can disturb that peace if we are look what is the negativity and what is the positivity in our lives. And because of that, in Croatia is the similar movements, mindfulness, and yes, we have cards, and I share with my students on the class. I teach them. We have something like how to grow your potential inside and how you release the negativity. We drawing the fractal drawing, and we building inner peace and inner strength in students. Amazing, simply thoughts and guidelines Tamar explain, and I'm grateful for simplicity and powerful words how to empower inside inner peace, our inner peace. Thank you, Tamar. Amazing presentation of building ourselves without interrupt outside incoming negativity. Something I can do it, that is not impossible, that is too hard. We must grow up above that sentence. That is the voice of negativity, which everybody has. Everybody has that sentence, but we must stop. We must recognize the moments, and we can always see something good in that moments, and be retrospective. That is that feedback, retrospective, to see what's happening back and analyze what can be in different way. How can I change something to be better? And that is amazing stuff. You said, Tamar, that criticism and critical thinking, that is retrospective. Feedback is retrospective, not criticism. Just look what was and how can be better for you, yourself, and your environment or your surrounding people, etc. But when we stop and see, we can see maybe in different way. But lots of people stay in conform zone and don't want to see the different picture. Thank you, Tamar. Amazing start for this day. Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
dear
the
Christiana.
feedback. It was a good example of a sound, healthy feedback. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you, dear Tamar. Thank you, dear Christiana. Actually, you both started the day 16 in a great manner. So thank you, dear Tamar. Thank you very much. Dr. Gunjan Shukla, would you like to say something?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say that Tamar ma'am made wonderful presentation, and Christiana ma'am added few wonderful things to whatever Tamar has quoted. And being a teacher, even I want to share with all of you that even I teach my students to have this growth mindset, because it's never about talking big aspects when it is about peace or happiness. It begins with your own self, first of all. Number two is, it is always about trying new things in life, taking a lot of risk and exploring new areas where you have a lot of learning. Here I always connect a wonderful quote by Nelson Mandela, that which says that it's never about losing, it's always about winning, or learning. So you never lose anything, you either win or you learn. So wonderful start for the day. I congratulate you, Tamar ma'am. Thanks for your wonderful presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Dear Dr. Gunjan Shukla, actually your pic with joining hands is missing till the date. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Just hold on. Ma'am, please smile. Yes, done, ma'am, done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Dear Marine, are you with us? The speaker for the Goal 15. Marine? Yes. Marine, yes, please.
Hello,
yes.
everyone.
Yes. Hello, dear Marine. Hello. Dear, yes, I think your background is not supporting to your device. Dear, you can actually, yes, you can remove this background so that I can, yes, I can see your face, dear. Yes. Dear Marine, if you have any issue, hello, yes, dear Marine, am I audible to you, dear? Hello, dear Marine. Yes, you can proceed, dear. You can proceed. Actually, dear Marine is also one of the great educator from the land of Georgia. Do you know Tamar to Marine? Yes. Now it's better. It's a better. Yes, dear Marine. Yes, please proceed.
მე ვხედავ, რომ საქართველოს ძალიან ესეთი აღმატებულად გამოვიდა წინა გამომსვლელი. თამარ, მოგესალმები ძვირფასო. და თუ შეგიძლია, რომ გამიწიო მეგზურობა და თარჯიმნობა, ასე ვთქვათ.
So with the help our dear Marine to translate
in English. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes. Actually, Marine doesn't know English. She will speak in Georgia and Tamar will translate it. Right, dear?
Yes. Yes, of course. Yes, dear Marine, you can start.
Yes, Marine, please proceed.
Hello, everyone. I am Marina Davatadze from Georgia, math teacher and school director. მე გახლავართ ყელცეული საჯარო სკოლის დირექტორი და მოგახსენებ ჩვენ სკოლაში როგორ ეხმაურებიან აი ამ მე-15 მიზანს და როგორი მზაობა ამისთვის. ყველა მიზანზე გავდივართ ჩვენ თითქმის მე-13 წელია გლობალური კონფერენციებისა თუ სამიტების მონაწილე ვარ, მაგრამ გუშინდელი პრეზენტაცია მინდა რომ წარმოგიდგინოთ დღეს.
Okay. So dear Marina is from village and municipality named Reltsauli, from village Reltsauli, from Kori. And so she's a director of a school, and her students are working on sustainable development goals, and yesterday they had a kind of presentation regarding the goal number 15, and now our dear Marina is here to represent whatever her students did yesterday. Yes?
მადლობა თამარ. მოგახსენებთ ჩვენი სკოლის წარმატებებს, ასე ვთქვათ, და გლობალურ სივრცეში საქართველოს წარმოჩინებას. დღევანდელ დღესაც მინდა რომ გაიჟღეროს ამ ყველაფერმა, დღეს არის აღდგომა და მინდა რომ ყველასთვის იყოს ბოროტებაზე სიკეთის გამარჯვების საწყისი. ჩვენი ყველას მოვალეობაა რომ ერთად შევქმნათ უკეთესი მომავალი, გადავარჩინოთ დედამიწა და დედამიწისთვის ვიზრუნოთ. ასე რომ 17-ვე მიზანი ემსახურება ამ ყველაფერს და მინდა რომ ჩვენი წვლილი, ჩვენი სკოლის წვლილიც იყოს მნიშვნელოვანი აი ამ გზაზე.
Yes. So dear Marina is here to express her gratitude towards her students, so how successful her students are and how successfully they are supporting to support the sustainable goals. And at the same time, our honorable guest, just takes advantage of this summit and would like to congratulate you on the Easter. Today in Georgia, we have a wonderful holiday. We celebrate Easter, and how the gods defeated the evil. And so she mentioned that our goal and the goal of this sustainable development goals is the same, to win over the cruelty and to create the better world. Yes.
წარმოგიდგენთ პოსტერს, რომელიც ამ რამდენიმე კვირის წინ სამიტზე წარმოვადგინე. ეს არის ჩვენი სკოლის მოკლე მიმოხილვა, ჩვენი სკოლის აი ამ 15 მიზანზე გასვლის მოკლე მიმოხილვა, რომელსაც ახლავე ჩამოგიშლით და ეს გახლავთ აი ესეთი ჩემი მე-12 წელია დირექტორობის და პირველივე რაც სასკოლო კულტურის ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი მონაკვეთი იყო, ეს არის მონაკვეთი არა, მთელი სასწავლო პროცესის განმავლობაში ეს არის სასკოლო კულტურაში დამკვიდრებული ჩვენი სკოლის ეზოს, სკოლის მიმდებარე ტერიტორიების და ასე შემდეგ დასუფთავება და დედამიწის მოფერება.
Our dear guest has been leading her school for 12 years, and the main goal is to create the better world by just creating clubs. In this case, you see that the students have created, so have done lots of activities how to support the world and how to create the better world.
მადლობა. ნარჩენები, რომელიც გროვდება სკოლაში, ნაძვები არის ჩვენ სკოლაში და სანამ გათბობა გვექნებოდა ბუნებრივი, ვაგროვებდით გირჩებს, წიწვებს, ხის ტოტებს და ასე შემდეგ და მეორად სიცოცხლეს ვაძლევდით, ღუმელში ვწვავდით და ასე ვთვებოდით ზამთარში.
They did not used to have gas to have the worms inside, and that's because of this they used I don't know how to say the product of the fir tree, the remains of fir tree that fell down, they used for warming up in their rooms. I don't know the exact words. Yes.
მადლობა თამარ.
Yes.
ჩვენი სკოლის ეს წარმატებები და სანამ 15-ვე მიზანზე გასვლის აი ეს პერსპექტივა დაგვისახა ჩვენმა გლობალურმა აი ამ წარმომადგენლებმა მანამ ვიყავით ამ ყველაფერში ჩართული. უბრალოდ არ ვიცოდით ეს ტერმინები მიზნებზე გასვლისა და ამიტომ ერთ-ერთ წელს 2013 წელს ჩვენ მიწვეული ვიყავით ეკობანაკში საქართველოში პირველი სკოლა ვიყავით რომელიც ურეკში ეკობანაკში ვიყავით მიწვეული. ეს არის პარეს ორგანიზაცია რომელმაც ჩემი მოსწავლეები დააჯილდოვა 2008 წელს და იმის შემდეგ ძალიან აქტიური თანამშრომლობა ჰქონდა. 2008 წელს ზუსტად ის სკოლა დაიბომბა, რომელშიც ჩემი შვილები სწავლობდნენ და სწორედ აქედან წამოვიდა სპარესთან ჩვენი მეგობრობის საწყისები.
I have to share a very sorrowful fact that in 2008 we do know that Russia bombed Georgia and this very school was bombed where her children were studying, and since 2008 this school has a close link with an organization SPAR, and even though in 2013 they did not know the terms of sustainable development goals, they still were doing the things to support the better world, and in UREC so we have a city in western part of Georgia. Her students were awarded by doing lots of good job for good work for the sustainable development goals.
მე როდესაც სტუდენტი ვიყავი, ჩემ დროსაც იყო ბანაკები, ბანაკური სისტემა და ზუსტად ის გადავიტანე ჩვენს სკოლაში ამჟამად და ეს მდგომარეობს შემდეგში. უფროსი კლასელები დაუშვათ საშუალო დონის ბავშვები ეხმარებიან დაბალი კლასის მოსწავლეებს და შემდეგ კიდე დაბალი კლასის მოსწავლეებს და როდესაც ერთ-ერთი კლასი წავიყვანეთ ურეკში პირველი მერცხლები ვიყავით როგორც მოგახსენეთ ორი უფროს კლასელი ჩავრთე აი ამ ბანაკურ სისტემაში და დავნიშნე ბიჭების ასე ვთქვათ ლიდერად ბიჭი უფროსი კლასელი და გოგოების ლიდერად უფროსი კლასელი გოგო და რა შემდგომარეობდა ეს ყველაფერი ეს მარტო ბანაკი არ იყო და მარტო დასვენება არ იყო აქ მიმდინარეობდა გარემოს დაცვითი პროგრამები გარემოს გამწვანების პროგრამები და ასე შემდეგ, რომელსაც ვახორციელებდით ადგილზევე. ორი კვირის მანძილზე ბავშვები ისმენდნენ როგორც თეორიულ ნაწილს, ასევე პრაქტიკულ ნაწილსაც ვახორციელებდით.
The benefit of the school is the mentorship from the side of students themselves. Those who are already experienced students can share their experience, their knowledge with their peers, and in most cases regarding to this very specific camp, each student was assigned for each group, and even students themselves mentored and led the group. Yes, and in most cases we have to admit that this camp applied for the environmental issues.
მადლობა. ამ ყველაფერს ხელმძღვანელობდა გია სოფაძე, საქართველოში წარმომადგენელი გია სოფაძე იყო სპარეს წარმომადგენელი და შიდა ქართლში გახლდით მე. ასე რომ ძალიან ბევრი პროექტები განვახორციელეთ 2013 წლიდან დღემდე აქტიურად ვართ ჩართული ამ პროექტებში.
Gia Sopadze represented the organization, and our honorable guest, dear Marina, represented part of Georgia, in this case, Middle Kartli. And since then, they have done lots of wonderful projects supporting sustainable development goals.
Madloba. ამ ყველაფრის შემდეგ მე ყველა წლის მონაცემებს ეხლა ვერ წარმოვიდგენთ რამე თუ ხომ უნდა ჩავეტიოთ ჩვენ ლიმიტში. ამ ყველაფრის შემდეგ მოხდა ეკოვიზიაში მიწვევა ჩვენი ცენტრალურ ტელევიზიაში პირველ არხზე და იქ ვითამაშეთ ასე ვთქვათ ბუნების და გარემოს დაცვითი ოლიმპიადა.
Yeah, so soon they were invited by TV shows, and they participated in Olympics as well. Ecovision participants on television. It's written there. Yes.
კი ბატონო. მარტო საქართველოს ფირმაში მოიფარგლება ჩვენი ეს წარმატებები, ალბათ უკვე ცხადი გახდა თქვენთვის და ერთ-ერთი ორგანიზაციის წევრი გავხდი, ესეც გარემოს დაცვითი ორგანიზაციაა და ჩავხდე ჩემი მოსწავლეები, რომლებიც აქტიურად ესე იგი მთელი გუნდი აქტიურად ვართ ჩართული აი ამ ორგანიზაციაში, ვაგზავნეთ ჩვენს პატარ-პატარა მონაცემებს, ეს იქნება ხეების დარგვის პროცესი, გარემოს დაცვითი სამუშაოები და ასე შემდეგ. და გავხდი მათი ოქროს წევრი, ასე ვთქვათ.
Yes, you see that the Marina became the golden member of the organization that supports international international organization. Together with her students, she does lots of good job in order to support the environment, to support the sustainable development goals.
და ეხლა ძალიან ესეთი აქტუალურია ეს პროექტი ეხლაც გრძელდება, დავრგოთ ერთი ხე, ეს ერთი ხე ღირს $4 და ირგვება მსოფლიოს მასშტაბით და ჩვენი სკოლა აქტიურად არის ჩართული, შარშან ჩავერთეთ პირველად და წელსაც ვაგრძელებთ აქტიურად ამ პროცესს, ასე რომ გლობალურად უგვრით დედამიწას და ვამწვანებთ დედამიწას. აქ წარმოდგენილი ვართ მე და ჩემი კოლეგა და ჩვენი მოსწავლეებიც მალე ჩაერთვებიან ამ პროექტში.
Last year they started a new project to plant a tree in the name of her school, and so interesting fact is that each tree costs $4. They have to pay the money, and I guess they collect the money for charity.
Nobili ორგანიზაცია სტაჟირების უნივერსიტეტი და მე დავინახე აქ ადამიანები ამ 15-16 დღის განმავლობაში, რომლებიც აქტიურად არიან ჩართულები ამ ორგანიზაციაში და იღებენ მონაწილეობას სხვადასხვა ღონისძიებებში. თქვენი ჩართულით თამარ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ამ ყველაფრისთვის და კოლეგიალობისთვის, რომ დღეს თქვენ აი ასე კარგად წარმოგვიდგინეთ ჩვენი სკოლა და დაგვეხმარეთ ამაში და ღირსეულად წარმოვადგინეთ საქართველოს.
Thank you very much. So our guest sees that here are people who participate very actively in different projects, in different programs with different organizations, and they together are trying to achieve peace in the world, and not only peace, to achieve a better world. And thank you, dear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Marie, if possible, please join with the smartphone, okay, so that we can see your face, because your face actually is a really blur just because of background. Tamar, please explain her.
Yes. თქვენ თუ შეგიძლიათ რომ ან ტელეფონით შემოხვიდეთ, რომ ფოტო გადაიღოთ, ან თქვენი უკანა ბექგრაუნდი წაშალოთ. რომ გამოჩნდეთ თქვენ, იმიტომ რომ ბექგრაუნდი გიშლით ხალხს.
კარგით, ეხლა გამოვხდა პრეზენტაციას და აუცილებლად გავაკეთებ ამ პროცედურას. უღრმესი მადლობა.
Okay, thank you.
Mawsam sir, please, please stop this sharing.
გამოვთოვ და გავაკეთებ. ეხლა ჩემს background-ს წავშლი. ასე ვთქვათ.
Dear Marine, you can just remove the background. Yes. Tamar, she's removing the background. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. That's very good. That's very good. Yes. I'm giving you spotlight. Yes. Yes. Hello, dear Marine ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. 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 Just hold on. Ma'am, this side. This side. Ma'am, do this side. Yes. Okay. Yes. Great. Great pick, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, do this side. This side.
აი ასე გააკეთეთ მარჯვნივან სწორად რომ გქონდეთ ხელი.
სწორად გქონდეს ასე?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
ასე?
ან მარჯვნივ გააკეთეთ, ან მარცხნივ რომ სახე არ მოგიფაროთ.
Yes. 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 Yes.
სწორად ხელი. აი როგორც მე შევხედეთ მე. აი ასე. Okay.
Yes. That's very good. That's very good. Done.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste, dear. Namaste. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tamar, please tell her we will post. Actually, I took all the screenshots of her presentation, and I will also take the screenshot. Sorry, I also took the screenshot for the joining hands, and she will find all the screenshots on the Facebook page, right?
Thank you. I will share.
Yes, yes, dear. Yes. Okay. So now, moving ahead, I would like to invite our honorable guest speaker from the land of Nigeria, Oluchi. Please, yes, your camera is already on. Yes. So Oluchi, the whole virtual stage is your, dear Oluchi. Please say few words about yourself, dear.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doc. Good morning, participants. So my name is Oluchi Chikuma Oji from Nigeria. I'm an educator, a teacher. And can I share my screen, please? So I'm a teacher and in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria specifically, and we've been sustainable development goal is something that has to be more practical, and I see it as an opportunity to share my little experience being in the classroom and in environment generally, and having thoughts in different parts of Nigeria for some time. Can I share my screen, please? So is it open?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you see my screen? I can't share it, please.
You are co-host, so you can share your screen.
Dear Oluchi, you are a co-host, so you can share your screen. Yes. And Mosam sir, in a chat box, please pay attention. Actually, there is a name, and we have to change with the specific name. Actually, I have messaged you personally, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Yes, Oluchi, please proceed, dear.
Okay.
Dear, if problem to share the screen, so please read the content and explain the content, and you can email your presentation, dear. No issue.
Okay.
Yes, dear.
So peace, we're talking about peace, justice, and strong institution, and what the goal is all about, talking about promoting peaceful, inclusive society for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all. And this, to be effective, will have to involve at all levels. So at all levels, both old and young, it's a collective responsibility. Then why peace? people everywhere need to be free. Why do we need to promote it? We all need to be free from every form of violence and feel safe as we go about our daily endeavors, not minding our ethnicity, our faith, or religion, or sexual orientation. Everyone should have the right to express freedom. So conflicts is on the rise. Conflict will be on the rise over the year. I think by records in the past, as at last year, May 2022, records showed we had over 100 million displaced people who were forced to move from their location, all because of violence and insecurity. And so it's something that we all need to work hand in hand to address. What needs to be done? What should we do to address this situation? Now, it cuts across all levels talking about are considering both the government, the civil society, and communities at large. We as well, together we can all put our hands together to bring this lasting solution to reduce all form of violence, injustice, and combat corruption at all levels. Freedom to express our view. And this platform, it's another great opportunity to promote that, giving people globally from across global and globally to express ourselves on our views about this different topics, which promotes freedom both in private and public. So national and local institutions must be accountable. That's one of the ways we all must be accountable. At my level or at my place of work, in our place of businesses, in our different locations, we should be accountable. That's one of the ways to maintain peace, justice, and equity. We all are to maintain level of accountability at all levels, both in our community, and make sure there is equity without bribe or any form of favoritism. Now, I've mentioned what needs to be done, so we'll go to what should I do? What should I do as an individual? I should avoid crime and promote crime-free mindset to everyone around me. It is what I practice, I can easily promote. And that's where we could come together to achieve sustainable peace and justice within our environment. So we'll avoid every threat that brings about a foundation that can hinder foundational peace in the society. Then talk about trafficking, rape, every form of insecurity that puts people around us insecure. I should avoid it. So I start with my students in school. I shouldn't make them feel unsafe. Everyone around us should feel safe to express themselves. Now, what are the costs? The cost of not taking action. If I don't take action, individuals don't take action to see we bring about sustainable peace, it will increase armed violence, to lead to some level of increased armed violence and great destruction, which affects and has great impacts on development. And then lack of access to justice equally hinders and cause on some level of conflict among people. If I have the feeling that I can't get justice, or there will be some level of favoritism, it could withhold. So we should, fairness and justice should be our watchword in our daily relationship with people, so we can protect and strengthen the feeling that redress is possible. So lastly, I would say it's our collective responsibility to exercise our rights and holding both ourselves, should hold ourselves accountable, hold the government accountable for the betterment of our society at large. So I would say, thank you for this opportunity. I wish I could share my screen.
Thank you very much for joining us. Dear, please switch on your camera. Dear Oluchi, please switch on your camera.
Yeah.
Yes, dear. Dear, do this gesture, joining hands. Yes. Perfect, dear. Perfect. Dear Oluchi, your actually views related to the SDG 16 are very good. And dear, thank you very much for joining us on this global platform. Dear, we are actually very grateful to you for the whole team of Expression Learning Resource Private Limited and the whole team of Witty Gossip Association. Thank you very much, dear, for joining us from the land of Nigeria. Thank you very much, dear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, dear. Thank you very much. Yes. Gunjan ma'am, as Chabra sir is ready. Dr. S. Chabra, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So first of all, sir, on behalf of whole team Witty Gossip Association and on behalf of whole team Expression Learning Resource Private Limited, sir, I give you a very warm welcome in this global platform.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sir, please say few words about yourself, sir, and then, sir, we will proceed to address your views on the SDG 16, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. It's a privilege to be here on this happy morning of Sunday. Thanks to you, Supriya ma'am. Your conduction is very well done. Thanks to Gunjan Shukla ma'am for having me here. And thanks to all my, I would say fellow colleagues, teachers around the world whom I have got a chance to meet this today morning. And I'm Dr. Sresh Chabra. I'm working presently as an associate professor with Delhi College Business School. We run an undergraduate program in association with De Montfort University, UK. So it's a privilege and honor to be here. Thank you very much. Ma'am, shall I start with my presentation?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Thank you very much.
So you are a co-host, so you can share the screen, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, so I would be talking about, I've got given a time of 3 to 5 minutes to speak. And during this time, I would be talking about that how we can, build up an accountable and inclusive institutions. And my idea of presentation today would be that how ethics can be a guiding principle and in decision making. So to start with this idea, I have got, what I'm sharing with you is this idea that I'm taking about two stakeholders when it comes to any organization, the employee and the customers. And let me, first tell you that as to why I have chosen it to be, businesses create an impact in everyone's of our life. We all are associated with some business in some form. Maybe it may be in the form of an employee, or we are running as an business, running the show. My fellow teachers, we are, maybe at school, at college, or any level. So either we teach business, we are a part of business ourselves, and we have got seen businesses around us. So I've taken that idea of creating, I have taken this basic idea that peace leads to prosperity. So this is my basic idea on which I would be talking to you for another few minutes. And I believe that primarily that if you are, I have done my PhD in labor laws, and many a times people question me that how it is about, like, say, you compare one country with the other country, there are fewer laws, there are more laws. In any walk of our lives, it's not about less or more laws. The question of debate is not about that how many laws can bring a peace or how many laws can do that thing. It's about the implementation of the idea. So whether it is organization, it is a country, or at any walk of our life, right from our home, it's the discipline, it's the fairness in the policy, it's the culture, it's the execution of the of all these laws and policies, which creates this fairness, which creates, how you treat people. People don't forget that. So it's very important that we treat the people, the first type of people that I'm talking about, or the first category of the people that I'm talking about are the employees. So it's very utmost important for all of us that we create a fair and just environment for the employees. That is from the management side. Now, what does management expect from the employee side? Obviously, it's not, we all talk about fundamental rights, but I am of the opinion that we should equally talk about our fundamental duties. So it's very important that we need to create that, that management also acts in the favor of employee. 90s, if you look into 90s, primarily, I can talk about my area of specialization. It was primarily, you were talking about a militant labor. Okay, that there was a huge ruckus between employee and management. So thereby, we need to understand that, see, no one inherently cheats. So you have to curb this feeling that people are here to cheat you in business. They may not be. You need to understand their side of way also, their side of thought also. So if we are ready to shake hands with each other, probably then that would make more sense. Simply towards the another set of stakeholders, towards our customers, we need to keep these promises in every way that we make of delivery of product, delivery of services. Most of the cases that end up in a court or a consumer forum are that, of broken promises, of broken trust. Remember, all good brands that you have used or you have been into that, it's all about creating trust. So that's where all good brands come in our life, that they create those trust. And that is what they teach us also, that keep up the promises, deliver your trust. And from the customer's end, it is that you create that dignity, you maintain that dignity, you don't try to, overcharge, you don't try to, see, customer is king, agreed. But that does not mean that you can take an added advantage of the companies. So all in all, in the nutshell, what I would like to speak upon is that only accountable and inclusive institution who have, who are fair in their way, they deal with any stakeholder, whether it may be government, it may be, we talk about green environment, we talk about clean environment, we talk about responsibility of businesses into every, our lives. We all are associated with organizations. So it's all about that, this peace, this and would lead definitely to a newer prosperity. I'm talking about one area of, this SDG, which I believe even organizations should implement, and even organizations should also follow, that they are fair in their ways and they maintain the trust of all the stakeholders. As of now, due to paucity of time, I have taken only 2 of them. So thank you very much for having me here. That's how I would like to speak upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. S. Chabra. Sir, please stop sharing so that I can.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Sir, would you like to join your hand, sir?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, it's done, sir. It's done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Dear Christiana, would you like to say something about this thoughtful presentation, dear?
Yes, thank you. Amazing view and headline, Dr. Chabra, about what we, the point of view, the different point of viewing the stakeholders and what we can change and how we have the relationship with that. Thank you for that opinion. Thank you, Dr. Chabra.
Thank you, Christiana. Thank you.
So I can read in the chat box. Tamar from the Georgia says that EQ is crucial indeed. So yes, yes. So I agreed, sir. So thank you, dear Tamar. for your wonderful comment on the chat box, and thank you very much for your patience listening, dear. Also, so
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Chabra sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes,
It's indeed a pleasure and honor to be here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, sir, it is also my honor to have you in this global platform, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And equally thanks
Sir,
to Gunjan Shukla, ma'am, also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Amidu from Nigeria. Yes. Sir, Amidu, please switch on your camera because you requested to me that you have to go church. Sir, Amidu. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Yes, sir. Sir, please. Yes, sir. Sir, now the whole virtual stage is yours, sir. Sir, Amidu, please. Yes.
Good morning from Nigeria. Actually, we are in the morning in Nigeria currently, so I want to say good morning to everyone.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. So my name is Amidola Dimeji Adigo. I'm an ambassador to Institute of Economics for Peace and Economics and Peace. And also, I like peace building. So my presentation, actually a speech, is going to be based on what is peace, the types of peace, what is peace building, and what are the pathways to peace building. So about this brief speech is going to be based on I would like to make a reference on a material from Peace Shapers. There's an institution in Nigeria I currently work with. So it's called Peace Shapers, as in Peace Shapers Africa in Nigeria. So let me start with, I would like to start with what is peace. So when we say peace, peace doesn't mean the total absence of any conflict. It means absence of violence in all forms, either direct or indirect, and unfolding of conflict in a structural way. So once we refer to peace, peace doesn't mean that everything is fine, you know. So that's why I would like to move to the next one, which is the types of peace. So once we say types of peace, we'll be looking at what negative peace is. So negative peace refers to the absence of direct violence. For example, a ceasefire. So that's an example of a negative peace. Currently on Al Jazeera, I was able to come across an information. So the situation of the Palestine and the Israel. So actually based on the conflict in between the two countries. So there's a kind of a negative peace example I could identify there. So during this time of Ramadan, there's a kind of a negative peace that occurred, whereby the Palestine was able to cross the line of the Israel. So I will refer to that as a negative peace, because negative peace is not a total peace. So it's just for a moment. It's just to bring down the conflict, or as a result of a violence that is currently going on. So that's what negative peace is. Now, let's look at what positive peace is. Positive peace refers to the absence of indirect and structural violence. It is filled with positive content, such as restoration of relationship, the creation of social system that can promote the community, that can promote human existence. For example, the high level of quality of education is an example of positive peace. When we say another positive peace, when there is a kind of a good health facility within a community. So that's an example of a positive peace. Now, let's look at what peace building is. Now, when we say peace building is fundamentally about dealing with the reasons why people fight in the first place, while also supporting societies to manage their differences and conflicts without resorting to violence. So peace building has to do with, it's a kind of process that has to do with, trying to make positive peace to come up. For example, now, what actually happened within the Palestine and the Israeli, for me, when I saw the news, I was very happy that, despite it's a negative piece, but it's a process. So with time, if such actions could come up gradually, I believe, there will be a kind of solution between the two countries' conflict. Now, about the peace building, it aims to prevent the outbreak of escalation, contribution of recurrence of violence. When we say peace building, it's a kind of a process whereby we try and we reduce our violence as times goes on. So that's about peace building. So we build peace. It's a process. We work on it. There's a kind of a dialogue between two parties. All those processes. Trying to sign, trying to make amends. Trying to to be together again. So that's an example of peace building. Another one about peace building, it's a long-term and a collaborative process, as it involves changes in attitude, behaviors, and norms and restoration. About what one of the speakers mentioned, she mentioned about the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. This is when I will bring I'll try and inject the scope of the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. Considering peace building, it's a long-term process, and peace building can't occur by itself. It has to be done by people. People has to embrace that growth mindset. Embracing that growth mindset, it goes a long way. Promoting people mental health. It goes a long way. Setting all the violence, all the problems that have been going on. It sets it right. Having a kind of a growth mindset, it goes a long way. To help individuals seeing themselves as human, not seeing themselves as an animal, not seeing themselves as enemies to one another. So that's about peace building. It goes along changing attitudes, and once we are considering the attitudes and the behavior and norms and trying to restore peace, the individuals within the community, they must embrace the growth mindset, because growth mindset goes a long way, changing the mental capacity, the individual's emotional intelligence. It goes a long way, and at the end of the day, it's going to restore peace within that community. And in a simple terms, trying to generalize what peace building is. Peace building basically involves ensuring that people, one, are safe from harm. Trying to build peace, it goes a long way, reducing harm to individuals within a community. So that's one of the great things about peace building. Another one is having access to law and justice. Especially in Africa, when we say peace building, there's some parts in Africa whereby peace, there have been a kind of issues. Yes, there have been a kind of issues. For example, the situation of discrimination, discrimination about gender-based and other things. In Nigeria, some of the NGOs have been working on that now. Before looking at the statistics, considering that's from 2020, it's the situation of what's it called, the situation of violence of women, has been a kind of drastic. But currently now, due to the situation of involving of key stakeholders within communities in Nigeria, and involving some political hands, in the process of building that peace, there've been a kind of adjustment in terms of violence against women in Nigeria. That's an example of peace building. So another one is, people are included in the political decision that affects them. Yes, during the ideology of peace building, people are being involved in the process of building peace. And also about peace building, people have access to better eco opportunities. One of the ways, when considering peace, at the level of unemployment, especially in Africa, has gone a long way affecting the peace. For example, in Nigeria, when we have the situation of NSAS, NSAS was as a result of police brutality. Police brutality, police, they were complaining that some guys are doing some illegal jobs, and that's why they have to handle them. Well, illegal jobs has to come as a result of unemployment. When there is unemployment, people will have access to a good job and a decent job. So without, having to do unlegit jobs. So that's one of the sweet things about peace building. People having access to jobs in Nigeria. When people have the right skills, people having the right skills to be employable, to have a job, it's one of the scope of, people having access towards eco opportunities, the economy's opportunities, having that right skills to develop the economy, and this will go a long way, promoting, the GDP and the GMP of that country. And something about peace building again is, peace building also, it makes people enjoy livelihoods. Where there is peace, people will live fine, and other things will move fine for people. And lastly, let me look at the structural and institutional changes. So, looking at when we are talking about peace building, there's a kind of a pie chart that was made, that partitioned how peace building should be. Looking at the structural and institutional changes, considering that, we'll be looking at the law, advocacy, and solidarity. We'll be looking at dealing with transitional and global threats. We'll be looking at development and education. Trying to build peace, looking at the structural change and institutional changes. For example, I would like to make reference on education. Education is one of the ways to promote an economy. So whenever, as a leader, if you want to promote peace, you should try and work on this, which is education. Education goes a long way, promoting economics. It gives people that positive mindset. It gives people that growth mindset about how a company, as in how a country should be. Now is about the structural and institutional changes. And another one about one of the structure of peace building, we'll be considering the justice and healing. And what are the components of justice and healing? We'll be looking at the justice restoration, the transitional justice, trauma healing. Justice restoration has to do with restoring justice within an economy. People having access to justice. Whenever people have issues, they should be able to to have an access to an equitable justice system. That's one of the thing about the justice and healing. And lastly, I'll be looking at violence prevention, conflict response, and transformation. are trying to prevent violence and conflict response and transformation. We'll be looking at dialogue, conflict resolution strategies, trying to prevent violence. So one of the components is dialogue and conflict resolution strategies. This has been one of the ways to, to improve peace building, considering violence prevention and conflict response and transformation. Another one is non-violent social change, trying to create a social change, for example, the situation of NSAS in Nigeria, that the youth in Nigeria are trying to create a change, but it went alarming. It later ended in a kind of a violent approach, which later entangle the objective of the youth trying to to create that social change. And another one is humanitarian action, trying to prevent violence and conflict responses. It has to do with having that sympathy, empathy. As a government, considering there's a disaster, an earthquake, or a kind of a landslide, or any issues. Now, as the government, you should be able to have that humanitarian action. Giving back to people, showing them concern. Showing an empathy. That's one of the way of creating humanitarian action, and this will go a long way promoting peace building. And lastly, we'll be looking at the government and the multilateral efforts. Yeah, government is the major actor towards peace building. Yes, government is the major because without the government and things won't go a long way. So as a government of any country, they should be able to join hands with educational institutions, religious institutions, some NGOs. This considering government and multilateral efforts, it has to do with a joint hand. It's a kind of a joint coalition within the government, the NGOs, and other key stakeholders, in order to promote peace and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Amidu. Thank you very much for joining us and for providing these kind of facts. And your speech was really, really awesome, sir. Thank you very much. It was really fantastic, sir. Yes, actually, Tamar messaged us, dear Amity, thank you for sharing your thoughtful insight about positive and negative peace. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Sir,
you.
yes,
My
sir.
pleasure.
Sir, yes, sir. Would you like to join your hand, sir?
Today, right or left, like this?
Yeah. Yes. Perfectly, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yes. So now, moving ahead, I would like to request Divya Tiwari, ma'am. Divya Tiwari, ma'am, the whole virtual stage is yours, ma'am. Please, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please say a few words about yourself, about your working, okay? And
Sure,
then we
ma'am.
will, yes, ma'am.
I hope I'm clearly audible to everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to whichever part of the world we all are connected to this beautiful place. I firstly like to congratulate to RFI and Witty Gossip and every associated person here who brings up every year for once very consciously this topic, which remind us how important it is to remain sustainably developed in a society. In this busy world, we always talk about getting into developed, but sustainably development, we somewhere tend to forget. So at least reminding ourselves that if we get into a run of only getting development, we're not going to reach anywhere. Sustainable development will make a good long future for all of us. A part of this, I like to introduce myself. Thank you, Supriya ma'am, for introducing my name with. And I have been already part of this last year also. I like to congratulate Supriya ma'am firstly, that for the last year also and this year also, she's been very patient and excellent in conducting these seminars and these summit every year. She makes sure every pinpoint is covered, every speaker get fair chance to speak and share their point. I have more than 6 years of experience as an assistant professor in the area of finance and general management back in India. I relocated myself to Singapore now, and I'm working in the field of imparting educations to young mind to make them a habit of cultivating not only ideas to earn a degree, but ideas to be a good human being contributing to economic development. And there are many ways by which we can do. I think the last speaker, he was very, very well to explain a lot of scenarios in the global goal of 16. But he rightly said one line that education is something which can change the parameter. And I think we all here agree that education is something for an individual which can change their life and their perception, not to 100% level, because to each his own. Of course, it's a subjective concern, but at least for everybody, it touches you a 5 point better, 10 points better. You understand as a citizen, you have responsibility. You understand, okay, there could be good or bad thoughts, as we talked, ma'am, in the starting. We could have blocked mindset, or when you're educated, you understand that whatever thoughts you're having in your mind, this is not originally you. It could be a blocked mindset, and there's a technique, there's a way I can unblock myself and get into a peaceful way. For that, you need to be a little educated in some or the other way, not only to a rocket science area, but to a basic level for sure. And here, I like to share with you a little small understanding of mine for Global 16 goal for all of us. And at the end, let's talk about what are the 3-4 ways we can contribute to our goal 16. I just share my screen, and I will request ma'am to confirm if my screen is clearly visible to everybody here. Is it, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it is started.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So let's begin. Just a minute. I think I am facing some issues here. Okay. So let's talk about goal 16, which typically has more concern about how far. I think I am. Is I'm audible, ma'am?
Ma'am, you are proper audible, but I think your network bandwidth is low. That's why there is a problem for this.
Okay, then I'll switch off my video for the time being. So I believe my PPT would.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible. It's visible. No need, ma'am.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about goal 16, which put all the tension on the 3 most strong fundamentals to make any nation a good nation rather than being a great nation in money-wise, and which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. And what you mean by strong institution, with our understanding, we're going to be putting ahead in this small slide of 2 to 5 minutes. Let's sum up. Let what we are going to be talking here today. We're going to be talking about 5 points here. The first point would be, just a minute. What I do is just stop sharing my screen. I'm sorry, I think I just don't play my PPT. I just put it this way. Ma'am, is it better? It is visible now?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. No issue. No issue,
ma'am.
Ma'am, we are seeing the second slide, ma'am.
Okay, okay, wonderful, ma'am. I don't put it on the play mode. I'm sorry for this technically not presented way. But let's talk about 5 elements which represents what goal 16 is all about. We're going to be talking and touching the milestone. The first would be interpretation in a very shorter way of goal 16. We're going to be talking about what is the target of goal 16. we're going to be talking about why does our Sustainable Development Goal 16 actually matter, and what is the ultimate goal of the same. At the end of the 2 points, we're going to be talking about what we can actually do as a citizen for our global sustainable our goal 16, and how if we somewhere touches even for 1% to meet our goal 16, how can we actually end up meeting other goal also? So what are the interconnected goals which actually get fulfilled automatically if goal 16 has been touched maybe to a 5 or 10%? So let's talk about what is first, what is the interpretation in a very short manner of goal 16, because we all have heard and read about it for today's event and before also. So goal 16 typically deals about 3 branches which makes a country better to live. First, it says you should promote a peaceful and inclusive society, which typically mean every person, irrespective of their color, their race, their ages, their genders, very importantly, feels safe to live here. Feel free to move from one point to another, feel free to travel from any point at any time at any day. That's a very important agenda. Secondly, they assured, or they wanted to assure, that everybody has equal access to justice. And that's a very important element for any country to look into, because many a time, justice, not the process, but people who get into the process of providing you justice get into a lot of manipulation. And that is what the goal 16 talk about, that the manipulation which lead to corruption, which lead to a lot of other elements, bribes, and so should be eliminated, and every individual should have equal access to justice in their own capacity, whether they are citizen, whether they are not citizen, just resident, depending upon their capacity in their respective country. The third thing which goal 16 specifically talk about is creating effective, responsible, and inclusive institution at all levels. Whether it's a very small institution working for just filing a complaint, whether it's a higher level of institution entertaining your fundamental right, every institution should have and responsible, rather I should say an accountable manner to deal with every citizen. And when we say accountable manner, goal 16 talks about the accountability should fall on the government side. Government should be accountable to make sure that the institutions are effective and responsible, and of course, connected to be better, to give access to justice to everybody. Also keeping in mind that not only putting all the attention to make your country a good country, but if you follow these 3 concern of goal 16, your country would be rather not creating a negative impact monetary also. And I tell you with a very simple example, a country which faces a lot of wars, who have a lot of differences, who have a lot of illegal money transactions happening around, many a time we call them money laundering. Those countries faces a lot of impact on their economical development, which we always say that they don't feel that the country is growing in a higher range, the country's currency exchange rate is not going up because their international image is not better. So it's not only about that you actually achieve something non-monetary. If you follow goal 16, you can actually achieve financial goals also for your country if you touch down these stones of goal 16. Okay, so let's talk about what are the targets of our goal 16. Goal 16 typically has 10 basic targets. Each target, some or there are again divided into 2 or 3 more categories. But these 10 targets usually bifurcated into 3 levels. First is the violence should be less in the country. People should feel safe. Fundamental rights should be secure. Under fundamental right, your birth registration, your right of the country to say, get your government information, accountability while getting government information from the government side, all these things are covered under the target of goal 16. When we talk about goal 16 targets, we also need to understand one thing very important. That why is goal 16 very, very important? Why this sustainable development goal 16 marks its own importance among all of the other goals which we have in the basket? Because it not only depends upon who is looking from which point of view, but it's also about everybody at the end will get something from the basket if you follow goal 16 as the common policy of any country. So what are the three things which make it very exclusively and matter to everybody, irrespective which way they look into the sustainable development? The first thing is goal 16 tell you that you have to make a peaceful and a society which is for every citizen. Secondly, goal 16 tells government to make the country my world, a better world for people to live and feel like. Again, I state an example. Your country might have a lot of money. Your country might have, a lot of AI tools. Your country might have amazing looking places for tourism. Your country might have a lot of machineries there. But as a female, when I went to a country, I feel extremely unsafe. I don't feel that this is a place where the government has put some kind of accountability, where female crimes are actually put on a hold. I might go there once, but when I actually see or when I lift the veil of reality of that country's protection for a female, I'm never going to go back to that country, not even suggesting someone to go to that country as a tourist. So irrespective how, shady or how gold everything looks from outside, if the entire process of the country is not in sync or not in harmony with the peace, the country cannot go. Or may not compete for the other people across also. And the third and a very important point that our goal 16 has a very direct link with our agenda of 2030, which every country, every conscious citizen is putting effort to achieve, maybe by 30 or maybe before. That is very, very important. Let's talk about what is the ultimate aim of goal 16. Goal 16 has three ultimate goals. The first one is to make a peaceful society, and with peaceful, we never mean that there should not be some kind of conflicts. Conflicts are not bad at all. They might let you know to a better decision making by two people talking about a difference of opinion. But of course, there should not be conflict. There should not be any kind of major violence or some harmful activity in the country. The second aim of goal 16 is to provide societies. And when I say society, just not a shed. I remember our guest speaker today first talk about that every child deserves respect when they're in the room. Every student deserves respect when they're in the room, irrespective if they're a child or if they're a grown-up person. Everybody deserves a respect, irrespective if they're extremely filthy rich or they are actually belong to the lower part of the economic barrier. It's completely fine. Everybody should be treated on equal ground when it comes to fundamental right of living, access to your fundamental judicial rights, or maybe taking information, government information from the government. So that kind of society should be built. And the third is to encourage all the children in their process of taking decisions which are ultimately somewhere contributing to the country's betterment at the end. Let's move to the last part of this, that what we, after talking all this about goal 16, what we as a citizen can do if we wanted to make sure we contribute to even 5% to global goal of 16. There are many ways around. I picked up somewhere to 5. Let's talk about them. So we all can, as a very good, responsible, conscious citizen, pick up any one charity firm from all the 10 targets which our goal 16 has. Anyone could be. It could be like you wanted to donate to any of the country which is now suffering from any war. That could be Ukraine or so. You can just pick one form of charity and you can somewhere bring food to somebody's table that also bring peace to their mind. It could be anywhere around. It's absolutely on you. The second way as a citizen, how you can contribute to goal 16 is, and which is very important, is know your right when you're at work. You should have justice at your work. You should have mental peace at your work, which is very important to contribute as an employer. If you don't have a mental peace, you might be sitting here and maybe traveling far away from your office, which is terrible for a long term if you get into that. Leads to many other diseases also. So you should know what is your right, what you're entitled to, and definitely you should know the boundaries as an employee, which should you not actually exceed into. The third way as a citizen, which how you can contribute to goal 16 is you can ask your local authorities or your national authorities to get engaged into some activity, or rather start some activities for the welfare of people, which is not against the judiciary and not harming people at common. Like it is not harming cultural sentimentals, it is not harming our government policies, just making peace with them and making a new activity where people can contribute. You can run for a public post, you can run for a public cause, you can actually bring yourself on the road saying, I'm running on this cause and this is how we might bring some peace in the world. Last and a very important one, which many people take for very light, is vote. Maybe today we don't realize that how tough was it for your country if it was not independent before to get the independence. Value it, vote it, and choose a person who can bring all these three elements to your country, which is peace, justice, and a sustainable developing country. These are the 5 ways you can actually make sure that you contribute to goal 16, making sure that you're a responsible citizen. As I talked about, the last point, that even if I'm met with goal 16, I'm not only meeting with goal 16, but surprisingly, I'm touching stones of other goal also in our on the page. We are on the same page and contributing to them also unconsciously or unknowingly. So if you actually meet goal 16, you somewhere contribute additional to our 12th goal also, 16th goal also. You actually meet up with our goal 4, goal 16, goal 7, and many more so. Anyway, they all lead to the last point of the entire process, which says a sustainable world to live in. So never think of the fact that if I'm only contributing to goal 16, or I'm only contributing to goal 8, 9, 10, whichever number you feel like you're contributing to, don't feel like you're contributing to that only. Always believe there is an impact which works in layer, just like a sandwich, which just make the entire taste better. So always remember you're contributing to much more deeper way, as put you can see on the front page. And that's all from my side. It was lovely to have you all and being so patient to hear me out.
Thank you, dear Divya ma'am. Thank you very much. Dear ma'am, please stop the sharing.
Sure, ma'am, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ma'am, would you like to join your hands, ma'am?
Absolutely. Which way, ma'am?
Yes, just hold on, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, little bit up, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. That's very good, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ma'am, I have read actually lots of comments on the chat box.
Okay.
Your presentation, ma'am, it's really, really insightful. And here our conference mentor, Astara, has joined us from the land of Malaysia. Dear Astara, please do comment. Please do appreciate this wonderful presentation, dear. Please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Supriya. I have to praise her for the way she conveyed the message to every one of us. You took us, Miss Divya, Divya Tiwari, you took us into the depth of the goal 16. It is truly impressive, detailed explanation about goal 16, and you have touched all the important topics, main topics under SDG 16 that every one of us have to pay attention. Interpretation of goal 16, target of goal 16, and its targets and its, I forgot the thing because I'm past.
It's completely fine. I'm
Yeah,
absolutely thankful that you like my content.
Yeah, why it matters, things we can do as citizens. Yeah, this is very important. We may know, we might have a lot of knowledge, but if we don't know what is our rights, and as a citizen in a country, we don't know what to do with our rights. We don't even know our rights, especially related to voting. Everyone taking it lightly. And interpretation of this Goal 16 is so great. And importance of equal justice and equal access to justice, and ultimate aim of Goal 16 is so crucial, because we all are looking forward a better life, not only for us, for our future generation, and also for every one of us. We alone being happy and having what we want to achieve will not really bring success in our life, because it will be temporary unless everyone is enjoying the same or even more. And I'm really touched with that area where you mentioned about the rights. Yeah, of course, the voting, the rights of women and child. Yeah, if these people are not given attention to their needs, their protection, there will be no peace. And above everything, we need justice for every living being, including animals.
Very true.
Yes,
That's how we
this
make the world
justice.
better. Yes.
Yes, exactly. We need justice not only for human, for animals.
Very
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm very appreciated that you like it. I'm glad. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
And I'd like to add a point here. I remember, I think you're from Malaysia.
Yes.
And I relocated myself sometime back last year to Singapore, and I've been to Malaysia more than a couple of times. And I tell you, the kind of balance they have for using resources, keeping in mind sustainability. Even if you look at KL, which is like a commercial hub for Malaysia, but the sustainable point of view they have, you see so much of greenery. I think it's commendable. It's commendable. I think the government is doing a very great job there.
Great, you saw that, because I was even working for Singaporean company as an accountant before, yes, long time ago. But I see the lifestyle here. I agree with you. Of course, it's so much. We people here, we have life, we have justice.
Yes.
You know, so everywhere we can't expect 100% justice because of the people. Justice is all, law and justice is always there.
Yes, absolutely.
The people. So we have to work together to get all this law and justice enforced.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Great to meet
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Supriya ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Divya ma'am. Thank you very much. And now it's a turn from the land of Zimbabwe. So, dear Patricia, the whole virtual stage is yours, dear. Please say a few words about yourself, dear, about your experience to join in this global platform again. I remembered you joined for the, I think, goal 5 and goal 3, right, dear?
Yes, you're correct. Thank you. All right.
Yes, dear.
Thank you so much.
Just a moment, dear. And after the presentation or the speech of the Patricia ma'am, now it's a turn of the speakers of the Philippines. So the speakers of the Philippines, please be ready. Yes. And there is one more student speaker from the Indore Management Institute and one Indian guest of honor from the Dr. Gunjan Shukla side. So please be patient. Actually, today we have lots of speakers. And I got so many messages in my chat box, in my messenger, and on my WhatsApp also that, ma'am, please allow us to speak. Please allow us to speak. But I can't help you a lot because today we have lots of speakers. Yes, Patricia, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity today to be sharing with you about SDG number 16. I am Patricia Gonde. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm Tania Primary School, which is a Portuguese school here in Zimbabwe, the only Portuguese schooling here in Zimbabwe. So I'd like to talk about Goal 16. It's difficult to talk after a very beautiful presentation from the last speaker. I'm going to apply this to my country and to Africa as well. So when we are talking about SDG number 16, its aim is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development and providing access to justice for all. Maybe the goal is grounded in the recognition that without peaceful societies, sustainable development cannot be achieved. So with SDG goal number 16, you can see that it has got so many targets that we need to achieve, and most of them have been discussed about, and I am not going to dwell much into them. But what is of paramount importance is that the specific targets of SDG 16, which include reducing violence, we know that violence is happening every day, related deaths. For example, there's war in Ukraine, there's war in Russia, there's all over the world, abusing, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence which are happening in our everyday life. Think of women trafficking. I know that here in Zimbabwe, it's also common, people going to Asian countries, so many things are happening. So it also aims to promoting the rule of law and access to justice, developing effective and accountable and transparent institutions at all levels, and reducing illicit financial and arms flows, and increasing participation in decision-making processes at all. So that is SDG number 16 in a nutshell. And then looking at my country, for example, Zimbabwe, we have got so many challenges, especially in achieving SDG number 16. Promoting it maybe up to 2013, we're still a long way because of, for example, there's political instability. Zimbabwe has experienced political instability for quite a long time. In the period leading up to 2023, elections is no exception. The challenges that include economic challenges, human rights violations, political polarizations, and these challenges have already contributed to a tense political environment at the moment, because we know that elections are happening in August, they're happening in end of July, August. We still do not have a date, but we are only 2 months away. So one of the major sources of political tension is in Zimbabwe is the ongoing power struggle between the ruling party and the opposition party. And now this does not affect only those people who are in government, but everyone, including our children in our schools, our women, our youths. And another factor contributing to political instability in Zimbabwe is the country's economic situation. Because it's facing a severe economic crisis. As you can see, if you go under Al Jazeera, you can see the corruption that is taking place in Zimbabwe, high inflation rates, currency devaluation. We are now using the US dollar. Our own is not stable, and there are shortages of basic commodities. And this has led to widespread poverty and unemployment and social unrest, and which has potentially spilled over to political instability. And now when looking at corruption, corruption has always been a persistent problem in Zimbabwe, and it remains a major challenge for the country. The problem of corruption maybe is deeply rooted. It affects all government institutions, and one of the main drivers of corruption is lack of transparency, which is one of the SDG Goal 16 targets. Lack of transparency and accountable. We should be accountable, we should be transparent. And this has already created an environment where officials can abuse their positions for personal gain, If you look on Al Jazeera right now, if you're looking at our Al Jazeera, just go and type about the gold situation, the gold mafia in Zimbabwe that is happening. We've got episode 1 up to episode, but it's affecting everyone in the country, and it's being done by a few people in Zimbabwe. So there's a lot of the diversion of public resources and mismanagement of funds, and this has resulted in a loss of public trust and confidence. So this is, and then if you're looking at access to justice, we have so many people who have been jailed because they belong to the wrong party. And we have one of our, from the opposition party, who is in jail for more than a year up to now because of there's no access to justice, particularly, especially for those marginalized and vulnerable groups such as women, children, and persons with disabilities. So this is one of the main challenges of access to justice. And the other one is on underfunding of the justice system because of shortage of resources. Resources are being channeled somewhere, and this has led to long delays in the resolution of cases that need to be looked at. And then another one is the lack of legal aid services for indigent persons in Zimbabwe. I know that these challenges, I'm referring to Zimbabwe, but in Africa as a whole and also in other countries, they are also facing the same such challenges. And then, inequality is one of the main challenges that we also facing. And then economic challenges, like I was saying, that informal economy, which is estimated to account for a significant portion of economic activity in the country, is dwindling. And Zimbabwe also faces challenges related to governance and the rule of law. So all these are some of the challenges that we are facing, and the main drivers, for example, for inequality in Zimbabwe, uneven distribution of land, especially to women, that they cannot own land, and we have had land reform policies, but these have not brought any food to the table, and inequalities in limited access to education, in income, in health outcomes, and other indicators of well-being. Now, the last challenge that I have just written there is about unemployment, and I know that it's not only Zimbabwe. Youth unemployment estimates around 30%, which is higher than the overall unemployment rate. And there are so many factors, one of them being a limited access to education. Like I said, I pointed out on inequality and skills training, which make it difficult for young people to compete in the job market. And this has been compounded by lack of formal job opportunities. And then, so these are the challenges that Zimbabwe is facing at the moment. And I know that also in Africa, we have got corruption, instability. Just a month ago, Nigeria was having elections. There was so much that was in place until all the results came out. Then looking at now the roadmap to achieving SDG 16, I'm looking there at strengthening the rule of law in Zimbabwe, which we need to tackle, because without this, the rule of law, there's need for people to be heard, and there's need for people, for those who have got cases that are still, we have backlog. It needs to be solved as well. And then tackling corruption, people who are corrupt should be brought to the maybe justice, to have justice as well. And then promoting civic engagement, including myself and you, and then addressing inequalities and strengthening public institutions in Zimbabwe. So there's a lot that we need to do, especially for us to achieve the SDG 16. And then now looking at, I am an educationist, what can educational institutions do? Because we need to focus on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies. For example, promoting civic education, Educational institutions can provide civic education programs so that we can help our students to understand their rights and responsibilities as citizens, which is one of the things that is lacking in our curricula, as well as for them to understand the importance of democracy, the importance of a rule of law, and the importance of human rights. And then we need also to foster an inclusive environment by promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we need to build inclusive communities and address issues such as discrimination, which is happening in our daily lives, even in our schools, in our workplaces. Discrimination is still taking place. There's harassment, sexual harassment, and bullying as well in our schools. That is how we start from our children, talk to them about bullying. By that way, we are building inclusive communities. And then we need to strengthen governance and accountability. And as educational institutions, they can implement transparent and accountable governance structures in their schools. For example, the prefect body, the student councils, the committees, and also provide opportunities for students to participate in decision-making processes. Then looking at providing access to justice as educational institutions, we have so many things that are happening. Our children are facing discrimination, bullying, mental health issues. Sometimes they are being victimized at home. But are we offering counseling services in our educational institutions? And we can also offer legal aid clinics to provide our students with legal advice, support them, and so that we can promote access for justice beginning in our educational institutions. Then how can we foster peace and conflict resolution in our educational institutions? By peace building. I liked what the former speakers talked about, peace building in Nigeria, what they are doing. What do you do in your institution? If there's conflict, how do you resolve conflict? By then we are building peace. And are we equipping our students with the skills? They need those skills to resolve conflicts because they are our future leaders. They are our today leaders and our future leaders. We need to equip our students with skills to resolve conflicts peacefully. So by integrating those principles into their policies and practices, curricula, educational institutions can help advance SDG 16 and also contribute to peaceful, just and inclusive societies. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be sharing with you. I know I could have gone on and on about interlinkages of SDG 16 with other SDGs, like I know that the other former speaker has already shared that. Thank you so much. Over to you, our moderator.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear Patricia. Would you like to join your hands, dear? Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. And thank you, Research Foundation of India. Thank you, Dr. Ajay Jain, sir, for providing these kind of wonderful speakers. Thank you, Patricia. Now, Cliff, sir, are you ready? Please switch on your camera, sir.
Hello, yes, I am.
Yes. Actually, in my chat box, in my messenger, on my WhatsApp, I got so many messages that please speak first, please speak me first. So sorry, one and all. Actually, today we have lots of speakers. So please keep patience because we are addressing the very important goal SDG 16. And it is all about it is all about peace. So we have to first keep patience. Thank you very much. Each and everyone will get chance to speak. So thank you very much. Thank you, Cliff, sir. Now it's your turn, sir. Please introduce yourself, sir. First, we would like to know more about yourself, sir.
Okay, yes, hello everyone. My greetings to all the dignitaries here, ambassadors, academicians, professors, and different fields of expertise from different people around the world. Hello, and greetings from the Philippines. We actually say mabuhay. I am actually Cliff Lilangan. I serve as the president of the Global Men of Service, Honor, and Council. And at the same time, I am the department chairperson of the Social Sciences and Philosophy at Holy Angel University in Pampanga. And I am very honored and grateful to actually be speaking alongside brilliant men and women. So ma'am, if I may be allowed, I'd like to share my screen.
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, so I'll start. According to Mr. Eisenhower, peace and justice are two sides of the same coin. Now, that implies when we talk about peace, we also talk about justice and vice versa. They cannot be separated because these two are very important aspects. In my opinion, SDG number 16 is perhaps one of the most powerful SDGs of all, and that all the other previous SDGs actually hinge on this SDG. The delivery of the services of the previous SDGs will definitely mean that there should be peace, justice, and strong institutions involved. Now, I'll jump straight to this one since many of the previous speakers already touched about SDG 16. Let's just recap. SDG 16 is about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. This can certainly be interpreted in many aspects of life because all of us, wherever we come from, whichever continent we belong, we have different ways of tackling and discussing SDG 16, which pertain to our unique circumstances. What may be different from Asians may probably be similar among Latinos and Europeans and Africans at the same time. But all in all, we've got the same goal, that's peace and justice, as well as effective and strong institutions. We know that according to the United Nations website, all of these actually really most of these come from that website that I'm sharing with you. And my explanations are my personal explanations expounding on different things. People everywhere should be free of fear from all forms of violence and feel safe as they go about their lives, whatever their ethnicity, faith, or sexual orientation. For those of you who have traveled extensively, you know what I mean. I think we all agree that people, wherever we are, regardless of what is our religion, what is our faith, what is our ethnicity, our cultural and sexual backgrounds, we all deserve to be free. That is why we've got SDG 16, which is supposed to protect that basic human right among all of us. And we have heard the previous speakers touch on that with such passion and intensity. And I'm echoing what they have said. Let's have some hard facts here from the UN website. As of May 2022, less than a year ago, the number of people forced to flee conflict, violence, and human rights violations and persecution had actually reached beyond 100 million. That's a lot of people. And that in itself is really a sad or a sorry state in our human condition. In 2021 alone, that's less than 2 years ago, 350 fatal attacks against human rights defenders, journalists, and trade unionists were reported in 35 countries. In fact, the Philippines actually has earned a notorious reputation to be an unsafe place for journalists. And that's really very sad. And that's very discouraging and disappointing on the part of the Filipinos who fight for freedom, who fight for democracy, and who fight for human rights. But still, that is the sad, sorry state of our country here. And that has been recorded globally. You have access to that. At least 13,842 deaths were associated with 12 of the world's deadliest armed conflicts. And that includes, look at this emphasized phrase, including 11,075 civilians. So here we've got civilian deaths. They're not supposed to be part of such, but they are. That's the tragic story behind. Civilian deaths dropped by 17%, yes, and 69%, but still it is a tragic story about the lack of justice and a lack of peace among nations. Over the last decade alone, look at this staggering amount that has been spent on peacekeeping alone. That's $349 billion for humanitarian relief and refugee support. This implies that people really suffer. And it's so easy for all of us to just read the papers, to just watch the news, but it's even more challenging for us. How do we get involved in such? Will our prayers just be enough? Or will there be concrete actions on our part? Being contributors of different advocacy projects that really promote such, because words are cheap. I think you agree, right? Words are cheap, but actions are more powerful. That's why we, men and women, work hand in hand. We've got this summit for this purpose, for us to fight for a certain advocacy. Women and girls alone comprise about 60% of all homicide victims killed by intimate partners or family members. This is really tragic and alarming, right? By 2030, that's why it's projected that the global homicide rate will be decreased. This is a good sign, right? To be decreased, but still short of the significant reduction targeted in the Sustainable Development Goals. This one here, 1 in 6 businesses face requests for bribe payments by public officials. This again is very tragic. It is true. Maybe your country experiences that, or other countries have faced maybe more than one, maybe 2 in 6 businesses receiving bribe payments. And that alone shows injustice at play in the society. Moving on, we've got here the 16 targets. This was already discussed a while ago, so I don't have to expound too much on this for the sake of time, out of respect also for our next speakers who will be speaking on the subject. So I'm just gonna go through them quickly as I could. So we've got 16.1, significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere. 16.2, another target is to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against and torture of children. We as parents here could relate to this very, very much if you've got kids. 16.3, promote the rule of law. This is extremely important at the national and international levels and ensure equal access to justice for all. We would really demand this rule of law, otherwise chaos exists or will happen. 16.4, by 2030, significantly reduce illegal financial and arms flows, to strengthen the recovery and return of stolen assets and combat all forms of organized crime. That is why advocacies like this need to be supported and other organizations with such noble goals. 16.5, substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all their forms. I think to a certain degree, all countries around the world, to a certain degree, experience corruption and bribery. 16.6, develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. Again, this is another very noble aim, very noble goal that all of us try to achieve. 16.7 here, ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. That's why we've got chosen representatives to actually voice out our grievances and concerns, which leads to 16.8, to broaden, to widen, to strengthen the participation of developing countries in the institutions of global governance. That's why this is a global summit. We participate through this platform. 16.9, it's projected by 2030, it's our goal to provide legal identity for everybody, including birth registration. That is a basic human right. 16.10, I think this is the second to the last slide now. I hope I'm still within the time allotted for me. Ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms, our basic freedoms as human beings, and of course, animals, which was mentioned earlier by our dearest colleague and friend from Malaysia, in accordance with national legislation and international agreements. Then 16.8, we have here to strengthen relevant, important, essential, vital national institutions, including through international cooperation, building capacity at all levels, in particular among developing countries. And my country is one of those developing countries, to prevent violence and combat terrorism and crime. Again, these are beautiful and powerful goals. We all need to strive very, very, very hard to achieve, fighting human nature and fighting our own selfish human tendencies. And 16.B here, last but not the least, is to promote and enforce non-discriminatory laws and policies for sustainable development. That's why in different countries, we've got ministries, commissions, to actually make sure these laws and policies are properly safeguarded or protected. Now, I'd like to end up this short talk of mine by quoting this very beautiful, actually it's just a part of a poem from Howard Arnold Walter in 1906, the title of which is I Would Be True. Please allow me to read this in closing. I would be true, for there are those who trust me. I would be pure, for there are those who care. I would be strong, for there is much to suffer. I would be brave, for there is much to dare. Beautiful, everlasting, and immortal, if I may say so, poem that I think really sums up the essence of SDG 16. Because you and me inside this Zoom platform right now are the people who desire to be true, are the people who desire to be pure, are the people who desire to be strong, are the people who desire to be brave. So all the best to all our endeavors, and I greatly support your wholehearted support and of course, plans and projects in the name of SDG 16. So that ends my short talk. I hope it's still within the 10 minutes to 15 minutes time. Thank you for having me here.
Yes, thank you very much, Cliff, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, actually, I got messages that Dr. Cliff, great presentation and relevant information. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much for take care about the time also. So thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, would you like to join your hand, sir?
Like this?
Yes, yes. Perfectly all right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes. So now, without wasting the time, I would like to move ahead our honorable guest, next speakers. Sir, yes, Sir Matthew John. Yes.
Okay, so good day, everyone. Good evening, and good morning, good afternoon around the globe. So I am Mr. Matthew John Eliasar. So let me share first my screen. Can you give me an access for the screen sharing? Thank you. Okay, so today all of the presenter already discussed the different matter about the SDG 16. So let me introduce myself first. I am Mr. Matthew John E. Eliasar. I am a licensed professional teacher. I have a license. I have a course or degree in Master of Arts in Languages and Literature. I teach in St. Patrick's School of Quezon City. I am a DocuBata Awardee 2021, conducted by the University of the Philippines Diliman and GMA Network. I also awarded as a Teacher of the Year 2 consecutive years, and I'm also part of the TED Talk Asia. So, as you can see, my title is The Patrician Values of Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution Tolerance in Academic and Social Cultural Awareness among the youth and community. So today, I'm going to discuss these 8 essential points in a pathly manner to give respect to some of the presenters too. First is the introduction. Second is the objectives. Third is the problem statement. Fourth is my theory about how we can influence the youth and our community. Eliasar theory, it is more in the grounded theory approach. Fifth one is the budget and funding in the Philippines. Sixth one is results. 7 is the SPS patrician development. And the last one is the final discussion. So first, let's start my presentation with a quote. The oldest and simplest justification for government as a protector, protecting citizens from violence is according to Thomas Hobbes. In our society today, especially in the United Nations, according to them, for sustainable development goal 16 aims to build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Provide everyone with access to justice and promote peaceful and inclusive society, which my co-presenters and my colleagues here already discussed it. So I will not further elaborate it. In the Philippines, the Subcommittee on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, focus on integrating the SDG into the Philippine Development Plan 2022 and 2023 for the year 2022. In this regard, 2 SDG meetings were held already. The UN, the European Union, and also some of the sectors around the globe donated almost 1.1 billion in the Philippines, which I'm going to present it later. So May 12, 2022, focusing on the PSA updates on SDG monitoring and reporting, SDG Watch and Pace of Progress 2022. So here, let's go to our objectives. What is the objective as a teacher and an instructor inside the academy? These are the objectives of St. Patrick's School regards on the SDG 16. In St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, the community prioritizes these following aims, which integrated the patrician core values. First one, produce a patrician student to become socially and morally aware on the issue happening to the country and to the world. Second, value tolerance in understanding the different perspectives based on race, gender, religion, and culture. Third one, to live in the fast-changing society and practice moral and social acceptance in various forms, beliefs, and tradition. As you can see, there's a 3-component or fundamental laws inside the SPS core values. These are the 3 major core values. First is the tolerance, second is the compassion, and third one is the adaptedness. If we can instill these core values to our students, they can understand the different perspective of people. We have different perspective in life. We have different kinds of religion and basis. But always remember, if we can understand and live in harmony, there will be no war. There will be no fighting to each other. So these are the 3 components or the major components of our core value system inside the St. Patrick's School of Quezon City. So my problem here in my research paper, because this is a research paper, today in our society, peace, justice, and strong institutional tolerance are hard to attain because of different beliefs, tradition, and culture that each individual differs from. The value should entail the matter. The main focal point of the problem is due to the academic and social cultural awareness among the youth and community. This research study is going to answer the following questions. So these are the following questions. First, why social and moral intolerance is prevalent in our society today? Second, how can a person change his or her beliefs on a certain confusion to a specific issue happening on his or her country and nation? Third one is how the community law enforcing leaders and government officials can implement peace talk in a more democratic and compassionate approach, especially to the youth and the community. As you can see, the three research questions that I presented is based on the three learning domains, which are the cognitive, pertains to the brain, affective, pertains to the emotion. Third one is the psychomotor, pertains to the actions. Okay, so here is my theory and answer why tolerance and acceptance should be instilled or taught to our children and to our students. So here, as you can see, first is the ethics. Okay, if we can teach our students the moral values in life, they know what will be wrong from right, what will be good from bad. According to June 2018, ethics comprises a set of guidelines that aim to minimize harm and promote harmonious living. It was not an innate discovery. According to John Dewey, when we study the basic components of psychology that learning is doing, when they are growing, and if they learn from the people surrounded us or surrounded them, learning will be a pivotal point, which discover in divine mandate, but rather humane intervention that develop over time. It will develop over time. Okay? And the second is the cognitive dissonance. According to Festinger's 1957, cognitive dissonance theory suggests that we have an inner drive to hold our attitude and behavior in harmony and avoid disharmony or dissonance. This is known as the principle of cognitive consistency, right? And the third one is the community safeguarding. According to Straub, to prepare for acts of terrorism and target violence, and a comprehensive community approach is essential. Government is one of the fundamental state and one of the fundamental elements of a state. If the governments have a proper funding about the SDG 16, the individual, especially the youth and the community, will be informed. In St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, in retrospect, in St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, it is a Catholic Christian school that produces morally and socially righteousness among its students. As we envision in our school motto, as we live, we learn. As responsible individuals, students must have awareness and tolerance of different perspectives in life. At a very young age, it is important that they know the truth than live on the superficial beliefs that sometimes blinded them to seeing reality. So these are the three components. So here in the Philippines, these are the budgets and funding. In the Philippines, the United Nations and the European Union donated us 1.1 billion pesos. Okay, there's a 150 cases and proposed laws in our country in the Philippines, but only 17, okay, only 17 laws are passed regards on the SDG 16. Goal just aims to reinforce the Commission on Human Rights to enable it to perform its constitutional responsibility of protecting civil and political rights and to enhance the promotion of human rights in the Philippines. In addition, the adoption of the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, SDG, the Blueprint Towards Sustainable Living for All, a total of 17 goals were unanimously adopted by all nations in 2015, covering hundreds of targets and indicators of social justice and equality, environment and conservation, and economic prosperity that needed to be achieved in 2030. Next, here are the results. As Sir Dr. Cliff already discussed also the result. I will summarize it. So, according to the United Nations, there's a huge numbers of casualty and fatalities happen 10 years ago and decades ago. So here, in the Philippines, let's go to the Philippine context. In the Philippines, the United Nations Statistical Commission has established an interagency and expert group on SDG indicators. So I will show to you what is the statistic inside the Philippines, the crime rates, the justice system. As you can see, in 2016, the baseline is 12.1, and from the latest, it is 4.4. In the 2016, 12,417, and in 2021 is 4,845. This is about the murder cases. In the Philippines, because of the Duterte administration, and especially the Marcos occupation in our society, that crime rate goes low, not in the higher position, unlike on the previous years. During the Duterte administration and Marcos administration, the cases were on the low rate. So, to sum it up, this data is from the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Republic of the Philippines, dated year 2022, last year. So, in SPS Patrician Development, as you can see, St. Patrick's School of Quezon City practices and teaches moral virtues to equip the student to become socially aware and adaptable to the current issue happening across the archipelago and the world. And things is more, in addition, hate is a crime. I agree on this quotation. It is a crime, and doing bad things is morally incorrect. As a patrician community, we practice loving one another in mind, spirit, and soul. To end it up, this is my final discussion. Please remember the 4 goals or 4 objectives that I already discussed. First is the tolerance. If a child has a tolerance, it is important that kids practice tolerance from an early age, as it will allow them to have better social relationship and personal growth. Second, compassion. Students need to learn about the word compassion. Compassion is a feeling of deep sympathy for another who is affected by misfortune or suffering. Third one is the adaptiveness. In fact, research has determined that adaptability is the better predicator of overall success than resilience. And the last one is my theory about on how the student and learners will learn from this kind of SDG 16. My theory is child protection is a part of safeguarding and promoting welfare. This refers to the activity that is undertaken to protect specific children who are suffering or at risk of suffering significant harm. Peace, stability, and human rights, and efficient, law-abiding governance are essential to the realization of child rights and a requirement for long-term progress. The first line of defense can be provided by the governments. Children are entitled to essential social services, fair justice system, and other forms of child protection through birth registration system. So again, I would like to say thank you to all of you for listening to my presentation. I would like to say thank you also to Dr. Supriya for giving me the opportunity to talk about the SDG 16. Again, namaste.
Thank you very much, Matthew, sir. please stop sharing so that I can capture you. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, just hold on, sir. Sir, little bit up, sir. Little bit up. Yes, yes, perfectly, sir. Perfectly. Thank you very much, Matthew, sir, for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. And actually, without wasting a time, I would like to invite our one of the honorable guest speaker from the land of Croatia, dear Zalzika. Yes, yes, dear. Yes, I'm giving you a spotlight, dear. Just hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, dear. Yes. So thank you very much, dear, for joining us, and thank you very much for your patience listening, dear. You have joined from since morning, dear. Sorry for the delay because we have too much speakers. So yes, dear, please, this virtual stage is your, dear. Please tell me more about yourself, and after that, we will go with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you on this summit. This is really important topic, and I know that we have lots of great speakers want to talk about it. So I'm really honorable and grateful to be with you. My name is Željka Jovanovac. I'm from Croatia. I'm a teacher of history and Croatian language. I'm working in elementary school Dalj for almost 20 years. And also I'm a member of many organizations which pronounce the protection of environment and peace and justice in the world. So I prepare a presentation about peace in the world. I think this is a really important talking in this crisis time in the world about these great institutions which have to be much stronger. Can I share my screen, please? Okay. It is visible for everyone. Okay. So
Yes.
peace in the world. Okay, thank you. According to Abraham Maslow of his theory, the basic human needs are the need for security and the basic satisfactions of psychological needs. And only after they have been met can one strive to satisfy the more complex, such as the need for self-realization. A society in which there is no peace, justice, and no strong institutions aimed at protecting vulnerable groups, security of citizens, and the fight against corruptions and crime cannot ensure the individual's primary need for security and thus take steps to meet other goals of sustainable development. So SDG 16. The goal 16 seeks to promote and strengthen the development of peaceful, inclusive, and just societies. The basic features of peaceful societies seem simple but are hard to come by. Peaceful societies do not participate in violence against other groups, have no civil wars or internal collective violence, do not maintain a permanent military police organization. There is little or no deadly violence. Certain forms of structural violence by economic, political, and other social structures. Within Goal 16, 10 sub-goals have been defined: reduce violence, protect children from abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and violence, promote the rule of law, and ensure equal access to justice, fight organized crime and illicit financial flows and weapons, significantly reduce corruptions and bribery, develop efficient, accountable, and transparent institutions, ensure responsible, inclusive, and representative discussion-making, strengthen participation in global governance, provide universal legal identity, and ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms. So promote peaceful, inclusive, and justice societies. Peace, stability, human rights, and effective governance based on rule of law are essential catalysts for sustainable development. Today, we live in a world where differences are growing. Some regions enjoy constant peace, security, and prosperity, while others find themselves in the seemingly underperpetuated cycle of conflict and violence. It is certain that this situation is not inevitable and must be resolved. How to protect peace, justice, and strong institutions. Legal systems in the world today, as throughout history, are based on civil, customary, and religious law. Also, the people of some regions live in peace and prosperity. There are still many wars at the world level, insecurity and fear. And in some countries, fear or legal systems have not been established. Even with the curiosity glance at the daily news, we become aware of conflicts and violence of basic human rights. Goal 16 is devoted to the most promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, the provision of access to justice for all. The high-level political forum shall follow up on the implementation of sustainable development and should avoid a work with exciting structures, bodies, and entertains in a cost-effective manner. So how I provide SDG 16 in class. In the topic about Second World War, we're learning about United Nations. We made posters in Canva about the goal 16. So in class, we're also talking about violence against children. The protection of children from all form of violence is fundamental in UN Convention of Rights of the Children. So we documented every point. This is our Canva posters. Justice and peace in the world institutions are very fragile, and their values need to be built in society with the help of political and economic institutions. Violence against children is one of the parts of the SDG 16. Several other SDG targets address specific forms of violence and harm towards children, such as the child marriage and the eradication of child labor, including the recruitment and use of child soldiers. 1 billion children globally experience some form of emotional, physical, or sexual violence against children often remains hidden and socially content. Violence against children knows no borders of culture, class, education, income, of ethnic origin. It takes place in institutions designed for their care and protection in school, online, and also within the home. Most girls and boys who are exposed to violence live in isolations, loneliness, and fear, and do not know where to turn to help. Younger children are especially at a risk from the violence, as they are less able to speak up and seek support, and it can cause irreparable damage for their development. So silence and denial violence against the children in many society is for today. We can stop the violence. The violence has serious and long-lasting consequences for its victims and major impact of the health, development, and school performance of the children. Violence against children can be prevented, and there has been real progress. We can make that together. So we need the strong institution as justice for all. And in this crisis time, we have the war in Ukraine. So many towns in Croatia get support to Ukrainian people because we survived war and we know what is the consequences. And that's all for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear. Thank you very much. Dear, would you like to join your hands? Yes, yes. Yes, just hold on. Yeah, dear, once more. Actually, I couldn't. Yes, dear, once more. No. Yes, yes. Perfect, perfect, dear, perfect. So thank you very much, dear, for joining us from the land of Croatia. Thank you. Now, moving ahead, I would like to request our another guest speaker, Rajat Bhavsar sir. Actually, Rajat sir waiting from since morning. Sorry, sir, we have lots of speakers today. So, Rajat sir, please introduce yourself, sir. We would like to know more about yourself, sir.
Uh, thank you, Supriya Madam. It's a privilege to be here. And thanks to Supriya Madam and Dr. Gunjan Shukla and Witty Gossip Association and Expression English and all the listeners for the opportunity that to speak on this global platform. So today the topic is promote just, peaceful, and strong institutions. In my opinion, peace can be constructed only through peaceful and just means. We have seen various concepts of peace, or we have seen like the concept of a Gandhian concept of ahimsa and satyagraha. I would like to take a light on Buddha's concept of samyak ajiva, or we call it correct living. Also, the Christ concept of love. This all can be the effective means, in my opinion, to build up a peaceful societies. One cannot talk of peace without justice in a social context. So when we talk about this, all these three goals in a broader way, so the idea is what are the reasons? What are the reasons for injustice, inequality, or violence? Um, or we can say the barriers to create peace and justice in the society. So in my opinion, there are three parameters which covers all the injustice and peace and all falls under these three parameters. The uncontrolled greed, the first one. The second one is the uncontrolled anger. And the third one is uncontrolled lust. We do understand by one all the three parameters. We talk about the uncontrolled greed. This will result in initial financial flows, promotion of corruption, bribery, which creates dissatisfaction among public and disturbs the peace and harmony on this globe. And if we talk about the uncontrolled lust, so it will result in the sexual violence against young men, women, and children. Human trafficking, exploitations is also one of the result of the same. And if we talk about the uncontrolled anger, which result in the intentional homicides, conflict-related deaths, prevalence of all forms of violence, public safety, and all. So, what are the measures? What are the steps to be taken to overcome these problems and to build a peace on this globe? The first is to work on your consciousness, the consciousness which is transformed by practicing the dharma on your religion, and all religions on this planet favors the peace and harmony. The second one is setting up of spiritual institutions which helps people to make them aware about their consciousness, know about themselves and the purpose of life, and train them to control their mind to deal with the situations in different scenarios by meditations, by yoga and other activities, which also promotes the universal consciousness and the feeling of Vasudev Kutumbakam, that we all are one on this planet. Peace leads to the prosperity, as Dr. Chabra said in one of the speaker in today's scenario. We are one across the country, the continent, and the universe. To accomplish the goals, the SDG goals, we should work for develop a positive mindset of the people. The positive mindset already very beautifully presented by one of the speaker, Ms. Tamar. Similarly, demote the culture of carrying weapons. We have seen the various instances. We have seen people have used their weapons on small things. The third one is to promote the feeling of unity in diversity. If we want to move ahead to country based on democracy and federal system, we have to recognize and respect different ethnicities and celebrate their diversity. If we talk about children rights and the violence related to exploitations and human trafficking and all, the in my opinion, unique education system of international standards should be designed and come up from different parts of the world to grow together, promoting the feeling of oneness across the globe. Second one is the formation of environment where children don't hesitate to raise their voice against violence. We have seen various times that even the children cannot say the violence or the things which the bad things which happened with them to their parents even. So that environment should be provided to the children and to the community. Again, the third one is the creation of community violence prevention forum, which deals to demote and prevent the community from violence. And if we talk about for promoting the rule of law and ensure equal access to justice, in my opinion, effective judiciary mechanism has to be set up in the country to globe. Effective judiciary mechanism will help to address the dispute resolution in a timely manner. Then we talk about the protections of human rights. So the human rights is not only the protection of human rights, it's not only in freedom, but also the protection of human rights in detention. And we should promote the feeling of hate the crime, not the criminal. If we got success to develop that level of consciousness in the people, they will be honored in the society rather than committing serious crime all over the world. Freedom, equality, and justice are the essential values for human being, as well being the essential foundational values needed to build peaceful society. If we do so, the values of mutual recognition and mutual respect will gradually become the core values for peace in this globe, and we need to see these values as our strength. So in conclusion, I would like to say to achieve SDG 16, we have to come together from all the parts of the world to create better individuals. This group of individuals will form a peaceful community, societies, and a strong institutions all over the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your crisp speech. Thank you, sir. Sir, would you like to join your hands?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Nirmala ma'am, I will invite you. Just taking the small speeches of our two students. Yes. So, Parul Sharda ma'am, please invite your students, ma'am. Are you here? Yes. Dr. Parul Sharda, please invite your students.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, first of all, thank you very much. Here, I would like to mention that Dr. Parul Sharda is one of our global convener from the Indore Management Institute. So, thank you, Dr. Parul Sharda, ma'am, for all your efforts. Thank you very much.
Yashwant Solanki, are you there?
Ma'am, Yashwant is not here, ma'am.
Yashwant and Aarti Jashnani.
Aarti, I think Aarti is also gone. Yes, ma'am. Aarti and Yashwant both not here.
Ma'am, I will coordinate. I will coordinate once again, and I'll get back.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Okay, ma'am. Yes. So Matthew, sir, are you ready? Sorry, Matthew, no. Son, yes. Sundale Rosario, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, please proceed, sir.
Okay.
After this short presentation, I will call you Sethia ma'am and Kanchan ma'am. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, can I share my screen first?
Yes, sir. So you are co-host, sir. You can share the screen, sir.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for this opportunity that you give to me. And I would like to introduce myself. I'm San Del Rosario, a student of MLQU. So I am an school administrator at the Gijon School of Quezon City, a private school. I am an advocate for student success, and I also do organize outreach program for students, for young people who are not, who cannot be in the city. So I travel, and I have this team which is learn to play. So I'm doing that since 2017. So with that, I will be presenting my my topic, which is Sustainable Development Goal number 16. Okay, so most likely the topic is peace, justice, and strong institution. So most likely, the concept of this goal is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, inclusive institutions at all levels. So most likely, the concept of this is to have peace, or for us, or this goal, the main objective is for us to provide peace and justice to our country. So by having that, we must have strong institutions so that these pillars can be considered to be uh, our our point, so that there will be guides. So I selected some targets in the 13 goal of this sustainable development goal, which is first is the 16.3, which is promote the rule of law at a national and international levels and ensure equal access to justice for all. Next is 16.7 to ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision making at all levels. 16.8, broaden and strengthening the participation of developing countries in the institution of global governance. And 16.13, which promote and enforce non-discriminatory laws and policies for sustainable development. The reason why I picked this target is simple. We all know that we are educators, and the first thing that we need to consider here is to have to build a good foundation to our students, which will have the concept of promoting diversity, wherein the fairness, the justice, the environment that we have inside our institution. By building or by promoting this kind of things, we can help our students to provide what is right and what is wrong, what should be done and what should be not done or doing. So the concept is to enlighten our students to have fairness and promote peace, and to help them understand the concept of having a peace and uh, more good environment in our institution. Now, in the concept of justice and law, every institution has this kind of law that we are building. So if we provide them the law inside the school, or we open them their eyes that these are the things that students must do and must follow, then there will be no violations that can be made if we are implementing it right. Remember that if we implement the law right, then there will be no violations inside the classroom. And on that, remember that as an institution, we must be considered the pillars of our students. We must consider that we are the one who is teaching our students to have the right ability, the right concept in order to build peace and justice, or in order to help them understand what is right and what is wrong. And with that, remember this concept that a compassion and a strong moral compass is essential to every democratic society. Remember that if we have the will to understand, or to understand each one of us, and we tend to follow the rules, and there will be peace at the end of the day. And I will be ending this presentation with a quotation under Dwight Eisenhower that peace and justice are two sides of the same coin. Remember that if we want to push for peace and justice, we need to consider factors, or what are the things that we can help, or how can we improve our daily life. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir. So please stop sharing, sir, so that I can capture you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Stop share. I'm sorry.
Yes. So would you like to join your hands? Would you like? Yes. Great, sir. Great. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I actually, yes, I agree, sir, that peace and justice are the same sides of the coin. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us from the land of Philippines. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Yes, sir. Dr. Parul Shada, your students are ready?
Ma'am, their data is exhausted actually, so they will be sending speeches to us in recorded form.
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
Yes,
no
ma'am.
issue, ma'am. No issue. Yes, ma'am. So yes, Nirmala Sethia, ma'am, the whole virtual stage is yours, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2023. I am Nirmala Sethia, a student of Expression Learning Resources, Ceylon, India. Now I am starting my presentation about Goal 16. Rahul sir, please share my PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Next. Goal 16, Peace and Justice, a strong institution. The next, please. What do you mean by peace and justice, strong institutions? Peace and justice, strong institutions is an important sustainable development goal. It is dedicated to the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, the provision of access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable institutions at all levels. Justice unites, injustice divides. Next, please. Why it is important to have peace and justice strong institutions? We need it to implement lasting solutions to reduce violence, combat corruption, deliver justice, and ensure inclusive participation at all times. Freedom to express views in public and in private must be guaranteed. People must be able to contribute to decisions that affect their lives. Laws and policies must be applied without any form of discrimination. Disputes need to be resolved through functioning political and justice systems. Next, what are the problems faced by the peace and justice strong institutions? The common problem for country faces is reliable data, making it difficult to measure progress in meeting the goals target. Fragile and conflicted states often have incomplete, imperfect, and a total lack of data. The challenges found within fragile states are rapid, unregulated urbanization, high level of inequality, unemployment, and violence, poor access to key services, and exposed to climate threats. Next. How can we solve the problem of peace and justice strong institutions? We can develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all the levels. Broaden and strengthen the participation of developing countries in the institutions of global governance. Substantially, it would reduce corruption and bribery in all their forms. Lastly, we can promote the rule of law at the national and international levels and ensure equal access to justice for all. Next, what are some examples of justice and strong institutions? Those institutions which provides property rights, honest government, political stability, dependable legal system, and income and competitive and open market are called peace and justice institutions. Some example of these are family, economy, religion, education, government or state. All India Peace and Solidarity Organization is the Organization for Peace in India. It was founded in 1951. It is important for a nation to have peace and justice so that country can develop. Thank you. Next. Now I would like to thank Expression Learning Resources Private Limited, our teacher Sakshi ma'am, Rahul sir, Witty Gossip for inviting me to deliver my thoughts on the international platform. Once again, thank you for your presence, your attention, and your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ma'am, would you like to join your hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear Astana, please comment in the chat box that what is the did you like the speech of Nirmala ma'am? What points she actually included? Yes.
Yes, I'm just typing it actually.
Yeah. Because actually we have too many speakers today, so that's why. Yes, so that's why.
Yes, please proceed. Yeah, it's okay.
Yes. Mabili L Victoria, are you ready? Yes, dear Mabili. Okay, I'm giving you a spotlight. Just hold on. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Are you ready, dear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfectly. Yes. Your face is so beautiful. Please proceed.
Okay, so I think this is afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, to my fellow guest speakers. Okay, I am Mabel L. Victoriano from the Philippines, and I am teaching junior high school. And I am very grateful for inviting me. I am very thankful to Dr. Aji Hain for inviting me to be one of the speakers here today. And please, I am going to share my screen. Okay, our SDG 16 is about peace, justice, and strong institution. Okay, the aim of this SDG 16 is to promote peace, gain justice, and build a strong institution. I think several of our speakers have already discussed about this topic. Okay. I can see my screen. Just wait for me. All right. Compassion and a strong moral compass are essential to every democratic society. Yet, persecution, injustice, and abuse still run rampant and tearing at the very fabric of civilization. We must ensure that we have a strong institution, global standards of justice, and a commitment to peace everywhere. Okay. Okay, in my own understanding, peace, although some countries reported to have a positive progress for reaching higher levels, I can see my post here. Peaceful societies, the world at large is experiencing a negative trend with further tensions and societal insecurities, as well as escalating conflicts with an ever-expanding refugee crisis as a result. Some of the global indicators relating to the peace. Justice access to fair justice system is an inherent human right, yet victims of violence do experience unjust treatments and unresolved prosecutions processes. Inclusion, transparent accountability, and exclusive public institutions serve as the cornerstone for the state to provide citizens with their basic human rights. Birth registration counts as one of the most intrinsic rights, which in many countries is far from being realized for the whole population, neglecting marginalized people who fail to endorse the principles of leaving no one left behind. Okay, so we have here the targets of this SDG 16, but I will not discuss this anymore because many of our speakers today have already discussed this. Okay, peace is needed everywhere. We need to live peacefully without fear. Take our own action without hesitation that somebody could hurt us. We can walk at night alone without a fear that somebody could abduct us or rob us and even to kill. No violence, no crime, and no war between nation to nation, family to family, and others. We need a peaceful place wherein we could raise our children and to have a happy life. This is everyone's desire. And justice quite simply forms the foundation of a civilized society. Societies without just laws tend to be harsh and intolerant, often leading to conflict. We hold up the rule of law and the ideal of justice as being blind to social status, wealth, or anything else. Justice sometimes not fair. Some people think that it is just for rich people who can afford to pay for their lawyers. Victims need to be given justice fairly. It is the quality of being morally just is the most important quality because it is only through the application of justice that freedom, happiness, and truth can exist. The notion of justice incorporates the concept of impartiality, and justice is a complete virtue because it is related to an individual and society. Justice embraces the good of both individual and the society. Justice is the only one which is called complete virtue among the many virtues. Justice means distribution of equal share, neither more or less equal treatment for all. Why do we need strong institutions? Institutions enforce laws and hold people accountable, but they are also accountable under the law. Strong institutions are not synonyms with concentration of power, but rather require inclusion, accountability, adherence to the rule of law. They work as the backbone of a society. Without the social institutions, a society cannot achieve fulfillment in terms of economy, academy, or relationships. When there are no rules and regulations in a society, people are more likely to indulge in crime and other harmful activities. So we have here targets of SDG 16. So how could we control this or eliminate this? Tip for you to stop violence. Okay, first, if you are the victim or a witness to violence, tell someone give you will be given help and abusers should be punished. Take all violence and abuse seriously. Take a stand, don't be afraid to voice out what is the truth. Take back the power. Remember, putting others down doesn't raise you up. Be a friend and never hesitate to associate to others. Okay, how could we end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against and torture of children? Okay, let the children be educated about awareness raising and partnership programs that could help eliminate abuse and exploitation. Government should have policies, plans, and procedures in place to protect children from all forms of abuse, violence, and exploitation. Next, promoting peace, develop your understanding of the frames of mind that promote conflict and violence against another group. Develop your understanding of the strong emotions that underpin conflict and violence. Pay attention to the ways that language and channels of communication are used to support conflict and violence. Government should have the task force to identify the stolen assets, return of stolen assets. People should be educated on the awareness raising and partnership activities relating to organized crime with a view to combating organized crime everywhere. Policies and plans in place to ensure transparent decision making and reduce opportunity for corruption and bribery. Staff training in place to develop awareness of professional responsibilities in relation to corruption and bribery. Revenues, expenditures, and financing of all central government entities are presented on a gross basis in public budget documentation and authorized by the legislature. All projects and programs of the government must be transparent and available for public viewing to reduce corruption in the government fund. Companies and institutions must consider all members in the decision-making as to the success of the company. It could help in competitive advantage and more jobs for local, regional, and global economies. We need to encourage people to continue their own accelerated global actions in the following priorities. First, education for global citizenship, knowledge and skill sharing, civic engagement, peace, and security. Then, every child name, sex, place, and date of birth must be conferred through registration in the issuance of a certificate by an authorized civil registration authority following the occurrence of birth. And in the absence of the birth registration, legal identity may be conferred by a legal recognized identification authority. Here in the Philippines, we have our national ID for all the citizens of the Philippines. The need for openness, transparency, and accountability has never been stronger. Access to information has helped counterbalance the situation, serving as a tool for transparency through which the public could exercise the right to request for information.
Thank you, dear. Dear, have you done?
Lastly, I want to leave this one. As a citizen of your country, You have a big responsibility to maintain peace, promote justice, and build a strong institution. Take your part and let your voice be heard. Take a stand on what you believe is true. Don't be dumb about what's happening around you. We are strong, brave, and intellectual, and God is our strength. Thank you, everyone, for listening. God bless.
Thank you, dear. Dear, would you please stop the sharing? Could you please stop the sharing? Yes, yeah. Yes, that's very good. Now please join your hand so that I can capture your beautiful face. Yes. Perfectly done, dear. Perfectly done. Yes. In the chat box, you can write the comments related to your presentation, dear. Yes. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, dear, for joining us. Thank you. Yes. Now moving ahead, I would like to invite Kanchan ma'am. Kanchan ma'am, are you there? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So just hold on, ma'am. We
Sure.
are giving you a spotlight. Yes, so here is the one of our great speaker from the team Expression. Kanchan ma'am is with us. Kanchan ma'am, first of all, please introduce yourself. Please tell me more about yourself, and then we will go with your presentation, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, Supriya ma'am. And namaste, everyone. My name is Kanchan Pandey. And first of all, I would like to thank the Witty Gossip Association. And I'm so happy to be a part of this. And special thanks to Supriya ma'am, who is coordinating this very patiently and giving me a chance to speak. So, yeah. Now, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kanchan Pandey, and I am working with Expressions as a professional communicative English language trainer, and it's been half decade working with the same field. And I am a technocrat, having a bachelor degree with engineering, and I worked with a professional and in a training, communicative English training and development department, and I have trained around thousands of professionals during my journey. And as of now, I am working with Expressions as a communicative English language trainer. So yeah, that's all about me. And I know lots of speakers are there. So very quickly, I would like to tell the things why I'm here. Supriya ma'am, hope you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible, ma'am.
All right. So being an educationist, I know it's really important quality to be patient, because as a teacher, this is the important quality that you are going to show on the screen. So today we are here to talk about the 16th goal, which is peace and justice, that as a strong institution. So I am here to tell something about it, that our goal is to achieve this one of the major goal by 2030. But let's just understand what is it. So goal 16 is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. We need something that we don't need a temporary solution for it. We need something that is stable, sustainable. So it provides access to justice for all the build effectiveness, accountable and inclusive institution at all the levels. That's why we all are here to discuss peace and justice. Now, before proceeding ahead, we all need to understand that why is it important? So government, civil societies, and communities need to work together to find a stable solution to conflict insecurities. If we all know that if there is one only the solution, that if strengthening the rules and law and promoting human rights are only the key to process, so we should need to address this individually. We all need to work together so that we can reduce. In some certain points, we can help to reduce that, which is all about the flow of illegal arms, opposing corruptions, and many more. Human rights provides a useful safeguard to ensure prioritization of necessary investment with a focus on those most marginalized. So, first of all, we need to understand every individual should have every individual should have the knowledge of what are their responsibilities and rights. Being a citizen of any country, they should have the realization of their rights and responsibilities. So to establish this, we will have to respond to growing inequalities. Also, we'll have to increase engagement at the country and regional level so that it can strengthen and the link between human rights and economics, which is really important. But how do we do this? What are the ways through which we can proceed it? So first of all, we need equal participation. So as I already said that it's not a responsibility of an individual. Everybody will have to contribute or should contribute to achieve it. So there are different things in which we can act to promote peace, justice, and a strong institution. Everyone should have the realization, every individual should have the realization that it is my obligation, it's my responsibility to stand against injustice wherever we see it. That's what we need to develop first. Now, next, what we should do that approaches on all level of society. As we know that there are different types of things are going on around us, so we cannot cover it at once. So what we need to do? So transforming conflicts into sustainable peace requires time and definitely approaches on levels of society. So what we need to do, first we should select reasons of people or the organization who are directly affected by the same. So we need to set up initiatives and implement them locally first. So by covering these group of things, one day will come where we'll be achieving this. It can be done by promoting and the exchanging between academics and professionals from different fields like medical field or different education field as well. Now, unity is something that we can achieve our goal. So there must be a way of establishing order, which should be based on interconnectedness of human mankind, who should take right participation in it. Because nowadays generally we see like most of the people are not pretty much interested to do is they always think it's not our job, our thing is going on. So every individual should take a right participation over here. Only by this human exploitation can be set aside. Only this is the way. So there must be a working unity of the human in the worldwide political, social, and economical, even in the naturally order, definitely. Now, we need to think upon the new solutions. Sometimes we want new solutions, but working on the same old methods. So our world is facing a greater challenge than even before, yet we continue to apply the same solution. But expect different results at the same time. So as we are facing an era of dangerous conflict, existing peace processes fail to be effective when they are most needed. That's really sad. So the ineffectiveness of an international community approach in addressing the challenge of contemporary fields and conflicts has been long known to practitioners, different professionals from different fields, researchers and policymakers. Yet current approaches to fee are outdated and effectiveness when it fails, it doesn't work, it's a weak point for all of us. So we need to change our approaches. What are we doing so that we can get to the thing, whatever we are going to take it. Now, we need to redefine these approaches. How? That there are like increasing opportunities and momentum to define approaches to peace processes in light of the current political will that is reflected in policies, frameworks such as Sustainable Peace Agenda, Women Peace, Security Agenda, and also Youth Peace Security Agenda. It's really important. So now, this is something very important I'm going to tell you, that we should start recognizing youth, young people, as equal partner in decision making. So it is a way of working that recognizes and values community members as equal partners, because when they are being valued, they take interest in it, that people are there to, like somebody is there so that their voice can be heard. And also the statement of working with and for youngsters, basically. So it makes sure their opinion are heard and used to design and guide the results and goals. So I would like to conclude myself that everybody needs to take a genuine interest by understanding his or her own individual responsibilities. We need to raise awareness every day, every moment around us, and it should not be done on special occasions, but it's a day-to-day process. It's every moment process. If you are available at a place or as a certain society, if you are the one, so you need to understand your responsibilities, your rights, so that you can spread among all of people around us. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Kanchan ma'am. Actually, your presentation was really, really awesome. Thank
So
you.
sweet. Thank you.
Dear ma'am, just hold on. I am giving you a spotlight. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Now please do the joining hands.
And I want to tell you, I was really eagerly waiting for this because this is my favorite.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. And your smile is very, very.
Thank you so much. Great. All right.
Sir, are you ready? Vishwanath sir, again I'm calling you. Are you ready? Okay, no issue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. I
sir.
am ready, ma'am.
Yes. So, sir, you are going to give presentation or a speech, sir?
No, no speech. Only speech, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Please switch on your camera, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Please go.
I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Namaste and Jai Johar from Chhattisgarh. I, Dr. Vishwanath Panigrahi, founder and president of Green Care Society India, convey my gratitude for giving me great opportunity as a speaker for Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2023 to express my certain views on Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institution, which is organized by Witty Gossip organization. It is a great experience to hear all the honorable global speakers in one platform, and I thankful especially Dr. Supriya Pathak for providing me wonderful opportunity to present my views in front of this global platform and delegate speakers. Thank you, ma'am. Now I am a social worker, I am an environmental worker, and our society is Green Care Society, always care for greeneries, not for only our area, but around the country and some part of globe. And one of our authority, Mr. Amujuri Vishwanath, Director and CEO of Green Care Society, he is also participating. He is also a speaker on today, and next he will speak according to his turn. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The 17 SDGs are integrated. They recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. We cannot hope for sustainable development without peace, stability, human rights, and effective governance based on the rule of law. Yet, our world is increasingly divided. Some regions enjoying peace, security, and prosperity, while others fall into seemingly endless cycle of conflict and violence. This is not inevitable and must be addressed. The SDGs aim to significantly reduce all forms of violences and work with governments and communities to end conflicts and insecurity. Promoting the rules of law and human rights are key to this process, as is reducing the flow of illicit arms and strengthening the participation of developing countries in the institution of global governance. Goal 16 is about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. People everywhere should be free of fear from all forms of violence and feel safe as they go about their lives, whatever their ethnicity, faith, or sexual orientation. High level of armed violences and insecurity have a destructive impact on a country's development. Sexual violence, crime, exploitation, and torture are prevalent where there is conflict or no rule of law. Government, civil society, and communities need to work together to find lasting solution to conflict and insecurity. Strengthening the rule of law and promoting human rights is key to this process, as is reducing the flow of illicit or combating corruption and ensuring inclusive participation at all the time. As of May 2020, the number of people forced to flee conflict, violence, human rights violations, and persecution had surpassed 100 millions. In 2022, alone 320 fatal attacks against human rights defenders, journalists, and trade unionists were recorded in 35 countries. At least 13,842 deaths were associated with 12 of the world's dead-listed armed conflicts in 2021, including 11,075 civilians. However, civilians' death dropped by 17% from 2020 and by 69% from 2020. By 2030, the global homicide rate is projected to decrease by 9% from the 2050 level to around 4.8 per 1 lakh people, but still short of the significant reduction targeted in the SDGs. As I belong from Chhattisgarh, very happily, I can tell that Chhattisgarh is the land of peace, and here government of Chhattisgarh is providing Nyay Yojana and so many other plannings they are providing for people to get justice, peace, and stability. Ma'am, before concluding my views, I would like to appeal, especially Supriya Pathak ma'am, Witty Gossip Association, and all honorable global speakers, that if we go to if we go over the all 17 goals, we see that there are goals for different subjects: no poverty, zero hunger, uh, uh, good good health, well-being, quality education, then gender equality, clean water, and like this there are 17 goals. But I feel, ma'am, that there is no independent goal for the sky. Sky is the very important one of the 5 elements, and there is no independent goal for the sky. Whenever I get this opportunity like this, I always raise my voice. I request, ma'am, please convey United Nations to make one goal, independent goal for the sky. It is also written in our books that Khitijal Pavak Gagan Samira Panch Rachit Yah Adam Sarira. How many importance of the sky it seems from this from Ramayana slogans from Ramayans. So, ma'am, now I request and I again convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to Supriya Pathak ma'am, Witty Gossip team, and all listeners and all honorable global speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, please join
Thank
your
you for
hands.
giving me the chance.
Yes, sir. Sir, please join your hands, sir.
Okay, like this.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Like this.
Done. Yes, sir. Done, sir. Done. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Mosam, sir. Now we take the Meena. Meena, are you ready? Meena, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. I'm checking.
Yes, Meena, you are already a co-host. Yes, please switch on your camera, Meena. Yes, Meena, ma'am. Yes. Sorry, Meena, ma'am. Actually, you have to wait a lot. Yes, Meena, ma'am. Please proceed, ma'am.
Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. Beautifully said by Sir Albert Einstein. Good afternoon, everyone. Greeting and warm welcome to all Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2023. I am Meena Golecha, a student of Expression Learning Resource, Indore, MP. Sir, start my PPT. Sir, next. Next. Next, sir. What is meant by peace, justice, and institutions? Goal system is about promoting peaceful and inclusive society, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. People everywhere should be free of fear from all form of violence and feel safe as they go about their lives, whatever their ethnicity, faith, and sexual orientation. In simple terms, all should be well so that happens well. Next presentation, sir. Next. Why is goal important? Without effective, uncountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, there can be no progress in the delivery of essential service such as health, education, clean water, and sanitization, and transportations, among others. Also, there will be no peace and stress and tensions. everywhere. If justice will not be ensured, then inequality will increase. If there will be no strong institutions, then people will not improve. Goal system aim to improve people's lives by reducing violence, improving access to justice, and promoting effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions. Examples: there war going on in Russia and Ukraine, and there's no peace there. As a result, they have no progress in these years. Next, Sir PPT. What problems are faced to achieve goal system? Rapid, unregulated, unurbanization, high level of equality, employment and violence, poor access to key service, and explore to climate threats are major problems to achieve goal system. Also, corruptions, stereotype, inequality, competitive nature, and short temperance of people is becoming a reason of lack of peace, justice, and strong institutions. How to achieve goal? Significant reduce all form of violence and related death threats everywhere, and abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all form of violence against and torture of children, promote the rules of the rule at the nation and international level, ensure equal access to justice for all, standing the rule of law and promoting human rights. It key to this process is regarding the following of linked arm and strengthening the participation of developing countries in the institutions of global governance, corruptions, stereotypes, inequality, competitive and competitive nature, and short temperance of people should be reduced by various methods. So, to conclude, I would just say that to achieve goal system, people should be calm, unbalanced, and aware. Thank you. Now, I would also like to thank Expression Learning Resource Private Limited and Witty Gossip for inviting me to deliver my thought on the international platforms. It has been an honor to be a part of this gathering and to have the opportunity of engage with such a diverse and knowledgeable audience. Once again, thank you for your presence, your attentions, and your engagements. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Meena ma'am. Thank you very much. Your speech was, ma'am, really awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And sorry, I'm extremely sorry, ma'am. You have to wait from since morning, ma'am, because we have lots of speakers.
It's
Yes.
okay, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you, Meena ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for understanding, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amulya, are you ready? Amulya Kabra?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Ma'am, I want to share my screen.
Yes. Mausam sir, please make him co-host. Yes. Amulya, you are a co-host. Yes, Amulya, please proceed. Your screen is visible.
A warm good morning to everyone. My name is Amulya Kabra and I am currently studying in class 12 and my aim is to become a PSC officer. And I am happy that I am sharing this platform with you all. Today, I'll speak a short and little bit about the 16th goal of the SDG, peace, justice, and strong institution. Sir, next page, please. Sir, next page, please. Okay. Starting with the quote of Ronald Reagan, peace is more than just an absence of war. True peace is justice, true peace is freedom, and true peace detects the recognition of human rights. And what you need for peace, justice, and a strong institution. We need to be aware of our surroundings. Make sure that you do the right thing and that you think about what you do before you do it. We can help promote public awareness and education about the importance of peace and justice. And above all that, in the words of Mahatma Gandhi ji, be the change you wish to see in the world. There are some of the targets to remove this muddle. They are as follows, such as reduce violence everywhere, protect children from abuse, exploitation, etc. And by concluding, the importance of peace, justice, and a strong institution can't be overemphasized. It is crucial to intercept corruption and fraud and establish accountability, which helps to build public trust in institutions and promote economic growth and development. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amulya. Amulya, could you please switch on your camera? Okay. Yes.
Yes.
So Amulya, would you like to do this?
Namaste. Namaste, everyone.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amulya.
Thank you so
Your
much,
speech
ma'am.
was very crisp. Your presentation was very crisp and very short. Thank you, Amulya.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very much. Keep it up. All the best. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Amujuri. Yes. Amujuri Vishwanath, sir. Yes. Sir, you actually registered for the goal 17, right?
Yes, ma'am. I am registered for goal 17, but
Yes. So, sir, goal 17's speakers will present tomorrow, sir. Sir, your mic is off, sir.
now is it visible, audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, goal 17 speaker will present tomorrow, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, sir. So you can join tomorrow, right, sir? Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes. Shruti ma'am, Mausan sir, please confirm me all the speakers of the expressions done or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Done. Okay. So Shruti ma'am, it's your turn for joining your hand.
We are left.
Yeah, Muskan Sethia is left. Okay. Yes, Muskan. Please proceed, Muskan.
Just a second. Ma'am, please make me the co-host.
You are co-host now and you can share your screen.
Muskan, any problem?
Ma'am, actually, I'm finding problem for sharing my screen.
Okay, so no issues. Just read the content. Okay, and you can email us your presentation. Just read the content. No issue.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Muskan Sethia, 15 years old. I read in 10th standard Little Flower School, Assam, India. I'm also a student of Bharti ma'am. So today I'm here to speak on target number 16.2 under goal 16, that is peace, justice, and strong institutions. So here I go. It is a tragedy that in the 21st century, children continue to be subjected to abuse, exploitation, trafficking, violence, and torture. These are some of the most heinous crimes that can be committed against any human being, let alone innocent children who are defenseless and vulnerable. Today, I would like to talk about how we can end these atrocities and protect the rights of children Violence against children includes all forms of violence against people under 18 years old, whether perpetrated by parents or other caregivers, peers, romantic partners, or strangers. Types of violence against children. First, maltreatment, including violent punishment in the form of physical, sexual, and psychological or emotional violence and neglect of infants, children. Bullying, including cyberbullying, is unwanted aggressive behavior by another child or group of children who are neither siblings nor in a romantic relationship with the victim. Youth violence is concentrated among children and young adults aged 10 to 29 years. It includes bullying and physical assault with or without weapons and may involve gang violence. Sexual violence includes non-consensual, completed or attempted sexual contact and acts of sexual trafficking committed against someone who is unable to consent or refuse, and online exploitation. Emotional or psychological violence includes restricting a child's movements, discrimination, rejection, and other non-physical forms of hostile treatment. Impacts of violence. Violence against children can result in death, lead to severe injuries, result in negative coping and health risk behaviors, lead to unintended pregnancies, impair brain and nervous system development, contribute to a wide range of non-communicable diseases as children grow older, impacts opportunities and future generations. Prevention and response. Preventing and responding to violence against children requires that efforts systematically address risk and protective factors at all four interrelated levels of risk. That is, individual, relationship, community, and society. Inspire. 7 strategies for ending violence against children. Here, I stands for implementation and enforcement of laws. For example, banning violent discipline and restricting access to alcohol and firearms. N stands for norms and values change. For example, altering norms that condone the sexual abuse of girls or aggressive behavior among boys. S stands for safe environments, such as identifying neighborhood hotspots for violence and then addressing the local causes through problem-oriented policing and other interventions. P stands for parental and caregiver support. For example, providing parent training to young, first-time parents. I stands for income and economic strengthening, such as microfinance and gender equity training. R stands for response services provision. For example, ensuring that children who are exposed to violence can access effective emergency care and receive appropriate psychological support. And lastly, E stands for education and life skills, such as ensuring that children attend school and providing life and social skills training. In conclusion, I would like to say that we must take action to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, violence, and torture of children. This is a moral imperative, and it is also a legal and human rights obligation. By raising awareness, strengthening the legal framework, providing support services for victims, empowering children and their families, and strengthening international cooperation, we can create a world where all children are safe, protected, and able to fulfill their potential. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere vote of gratitude towards Bharti ma'am, Supriya ma'am, to give me this golden opportunity to attend this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Muskan. Thank you very much. Your smile is very, very nice. And you are also very nice. And actually, in this little age, in this young age, you delivered all the thoughts related to peace in a very, very effective manner, dear. Thank you very much, dear. Thank you. Would you like to join your hands?
I'm sure.
Yes. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Thank you. So again, I am requesting all of you, please, if anyone is left, so please let me know. Any speaker from the land of Philippines or any speaker from...
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
My mother is also there for to speak here.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Let me just call her, ma'am.
Okay. What's the name of your mother? Yes.
Ma'am, Pramila Sethia.
Okay, Pramila ma'am. Yes. Yes, Pramila ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. I actually just forgot your name. Pramila ma'am. No, Pramila ma'am, I think, yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Please go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Pramila Sethia, student of Bharti ma'am from Expression Life Batch 91. Today I'm going to speak on target 16.5 under goal 16. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to speak to you about one of the most pressing issue of our time, corruption and bribery. Corruption is a cancer that eats away at the very fabric of society, undermining the rule of law and destroying. It is a disease that affects all of us, forms, from the simple act of paying a bribe to a police officer or government official to the more complex schemes involving money laundering and fraud. Corruption is not limited to any particular country or region. It is a global problem that affects both developed and developing nations. Bribery is one of the most common forms of corruption. It occurs when someone offers money or other valuable items to another person in exchange for a favor or a service. It is a practice that is particularly prevental in the business world, where companies often buy bribes to win contracts or gain access to consequences of corruption and bribery. The consequences of corruption and bribery can be understood as follows. They erode public trust in government institutions and undermine the legitimacy of the democratic process. Corruption makes it harder for business to operate in a fair and open market, leading to a loss of economic growth and development. It also perpetuates poverty and inequality as resources are diverted from public services to the pockets of the corrupt. Prevention measures. We must take action to combat corruption and bribery. Governments must enact laws that criminalize these practices, and they must enforce those laws strictly. Business must also do their part by rejecting the temptation to engage in corrupt practices. Companies that operate with integrity not only benefit their shareholders, but they also contribute to the overall health and stability of the economy. Individual can make a contribution to by refuse to pay bribes and reporting corrupt practices. We can help to create a culture where corruption is not tolerated. We can also support organizations that work to promote transparency and accountability in government and business. Conclusion. In conclusion, corruption and bribery are serious threats to our society, but they are not insurmountable. By working together, we can create a world where integrity, transparency, and accountability are the norm. Let us all do our part to fight corruption and a better place. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere vote of thank to Bharti ma'am and Exploration Learning Resources for providing me this golden opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Pramila ma'am. Thank you very much. Dear ma'am, would you like to join your hands?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Pramila ma'am. And thank you. And actually, I'm extremely sorry. So actually, yes, because there are so many speakers, ma'am, today. So that's why you have to keep wait, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Yes.
It's okay. Thanks for this golden opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So I think there is no one speaker left. If anyone speaker is left, yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Shruti ma'am. Shruti ma'am is here to
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, Shruti ma'am को तो ले ही रहे हैं. If any speaker is left, so please raise your hand. I think no one speaker is left. Okay. Yes. So now, Shruti ma'am, it's your turn. Actually, Shruti ma'am is one of our convener of this Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit from the team of Expression Learning Resource Private Limited. And she is behind these beautiful posters, behind this beautiful backgrounds. So Shruti ma'am, please switch on your camera. Yes, here is the Shruti. Yes, ma'am. Just hold on, ma'am. We are giving you a spotlight. Mausam sir, please give the spotlight to Shruti ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, yes, ma'am. Just hold down. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please join your hands, ma'am. Great, ma'am. Great. Great pick I have. It is actually one of the best pick for the day 16. Thank you very much, dear ma'am. And here I would like to request each and everyone present here, please make a virtual clap for Shruti ma'am. Actually, Shruti ma'am put all her sincere efforts. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Dear Maya, thank you very much. If possible, please switch on your camera, dear Maya. Maya Glashival from the land of Georgia. Dear, if possible, please switch on your camera.
Just now, wait, please.
Yes, dear, yes. Thank you, dear Maya. Thank you very much. Yes, dear Maya. Yes, I appreciate your listening, dear. You are a patient listener from since morning to till the afternoon. You listen each and every speaker. You motivate each and every speaker. So thank you, dear. Thank you very much from bottom of my heart. The whole team Witty Gossip Association and the whole team Expression Learning Resource Private Limited. Actually, we are very grateful from the actually bottom of our hearts, dear, because you are, yes, you are a truly educated, dear.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to take all the experience from all world which are sharing to us, because it's also a big practice for me too to listen to our speakers. Thank you for this opportunity. It was great pleasure for me to be with you from morning.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you, dear Nino. Nino, would you like to open your camera? Thank you, dear Nino, because you are also one of the patients listener from the land of Georgia. So thank you very much, dear. Thank you.
I am here. Hello, everybody.
Yes, dear. Just hold down. I'm giving you spotlight. Yes. Here the beautiful face of the Nino. Nino, please switch on your camera once again. Dear Nino, please, yes, just hold down. Mausam sir, please give the spotlight to Nino. Again, she switched off the camera. Okay, no issue. So thank you very much, dear Nino. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you, dear Nino. Thank you very much. You are also one of the patients listener from the land of Georgia. Every day you listen all the speeches. Every day you praise a lot. So thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Dear Nino, dear Maya, actually, I would like to request both of you. We have another page. This is the page of Expression Learning Resource Private Limited. And just because of Expression Learning Resource Private Limited, actually, we are able to conduct this summit. So I would like to request dear Maya, I would like to request dear Nino, please do comments, please do recommend the page of Expression Learning Resource Private Limited. So thank you, dear Maya. Thank you, dear Nino. Yes, dear. Yes.
Thank you for all.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear Marine. Thank you very much for giving the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you, son, Del Rosario. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Christiana. Thank you, each and everyone, for giving your best efforts to bring peace around this world. You actually, just because of these collective efforts, definitely we will bring peace. Thank you, Mabeli L. Victoria. Thank you very much, dear, for joining us. Thank you, each and everyone. Thank you, Dr. Parul Sharda. Dr. Parul Sharda, ma'am, please ask your students. They will, if they will record their speeches, so definitely we will publish on our official social media pages. Thank you, Dr. Parul Sharda, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Gunjan Shukla, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Supriya ma'am, I would request that if Mausam sir can turn on their camera, like he has worked tirelessly for all 17 days, even on Sundays, he has not taken a single leave. He's handling our Zoom platform.
Definitely, ma'am. Mausam sir.
Mausam sir,
Thank you so much,
give
ma'am.
spotlight to your own self.
Yes.
And I would request the entire team, Witty Gossip and team Expressions Learning Resources Private Limited, to turn on your cameras once.
Yes, everyone, if possible, please once again, please switch on your camera.
Yes. So as tomorrow, Supriya ma'am will not be here. So we will like to have one screenshot with everyone, with all the guests. And thank you, Sushil sir, for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm a great fan of yours.
Yes. Mausam sir, where is actually, please give, sir, please give a spotlight. Yes. Here is the Mausam sir. Mausam sir, would you like to join your hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mausam sir. Actually, he is the man who actually take care about all the technical issues. So thank you very much, Mausam sir. Thank you very much. Mausam sir, please do the join hands again.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, yes. Great
So,
shot. Great
thank
shot.
you so
Great
much for all your appreciation and efforts. And a special thanks to Shruti ma'am, Bharti Kakwani ma'am, Supriya ma'am, and all my team members like Shelby and Shailend, who join me every day at 8 a.m. So I would like to thank all my team, Rahul sir and Jatin sir. All their efforts made me to do this, ma'am.
Yes. So thank you everyone. Thank you the whole team of Expression Learning Resource Private Limited. Just because of like Shailen sir, Mausam sir, Shalvi, dear Shruti, Bharti ma'am, all Lisa ma'am, Kala sir. Just because of this team, actually we have conducted smoothly. All 16 days we have no problem. All the technical issues solved by this strong technical team. So
Yes,
thank you,
ma'am.
Mausam sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So
Thank you,
thank you
ma'am.
each and everyone for joining us. Thank you. Tomorrow, our moderator to host the SDG 17 will be the Lisa Sharma ma'am. Lisa ma'am will be the moderator for the tomorrow's session. I will be corporate. I will support to the Lisa ma'am. And dear Estara, you have to also support to the Lisa ma'am also.
Yes, I'll be here. I'll be
Yes.
here. Yeah.
Yes, dear Estara, dear Christiana, please ask each and every speaker, yes, for joining hands, and please captures all the screenshots, because tomorrow actually in my university I have the inspection. So that's why the Lisa ma'am will be the moderator for tomorrow's goal. And yes, of course, on the day, yes, it's actually the time goes very fast. Yes. And yes, today we have the 16th day. We have accomplished successfully the 16th day, and tomorrow is the last day. Yes. And actually everyone is waiting, sincerely waiting for the felicitation ceremony, the grand global peace and sustainable development summit felicitation ceremony. So definitely we will actually first of all we will give you a Google form. Okay, and in particular you have to fill the Google form, and then we will actually email you. We will actually WhatsApp you, text in our official WhatsApp group, that what are the dates will be for the Grand Global Peace Sustainable Development Summit felicitation ceremony. One small ceremony we have already done on the Atri Devi Government High School tomorrow. And for the next felicitation ceremony, maybe there are 2 or 3 dates. So we will actually texted you, we will email you regarding this felicitation ceremony. So thank you very much. Thank you, Nino. Thank you, Maya. Once again, thank you, Marine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christiana. Thank you, Estara. Thank you, each and everyone present here. Thank you. Thank you, dear Tamar. Thank you very much. Oh, it's, I think it's a midnight in your place, dear. So thank you, Tamar. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much. Actually, Tamar.
I miss Tamar. I don't know who is Tamar.
Yes, actually, dear Estara, you joined late. Tamar is one of the person. Yes, Tamar is one of the person who actually motivate, encouraged all the educators from the land of Georgia. Just because of her efforts, Nino, Maya, and other student speakers like Lizzie, like Luca, with
Oh,
us.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the people of Georgia, they are great educators. Georgia is blessed with great educators.
Yes.
Very
Yes.
committed
Yes.
educators.
And I want to
Yes.
tell you that today we celebrate in Georgia Easter. So it's
Okay.
big holiday.
Oh.
Okay. Amazing. Amazing. Georgians Easter Day.
But we are with you because it's very interesting to listen.
Yes, thank you, dear Maya. Thank you very much. And thank you. Actually, all credit goes to Tamar. Tamar connected Nino, then Nino connected Maya, then Maya connected some other students. So thank you very much. Thank you, dear Marine, from joining us. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, yes.
So tomorrow you're not coming, Dr. Supriya?
No, ma'am. Actually, I will come. I will join the meeting, but the moderator will be the Lisa ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, so dear Astara ma'am, you have to actually support the 17th day, ma'am.
Yes, sure. I will be here. I'll be here.
Yes,
Yeah.
dear Christiana, you have to also support dear Astara. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
So thank
we
you.
will support you. Yes,
Yeah,
we will be for you.
Yes.
I've already blocked the calendar for the 17 days. Only this Sunday. Other than that, the rest of the days are blocked for you.
Yes, yes, dear, yes, dear.
So,
So
this,
thank you each and everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you. Thank you, Brigadier Sushil. Thank you very much for joining. Yes, tomorrow is the last day. And actually, we have successfully accomplished all the 16 days. And tomorrow, yes, and tomorrow we have a variety of speakers. We have the speakers from the USA, again, Nigeria. We have the speakers from the UK. So, yes, tomorrow will be definitely a great day again. So, thank you each and everyone. Thank you. Tomorrow we will address the most important goal, partnerships and the collaborations. And actually, yes, if I'm talking about the partnership and collaborations, so yes, there is a great collaboration between the team Expression Learning Resource Private Limited and the team Witty Gossip Association. And just because of team Expression Learning Resource Private Limited, actually we have collaborated with the different colleges of the Madhya Pradesh. We have collaborated with the colleges outside the Madhya Pradesh. So thank you very much. Thank you, dear Dr. Parul Sharda ma'am. Dr. Parul Sharda ma'am is one of the global convener from the Indore Management Institute. She actually put lots of efforts. Dr. Gunjan Shukla ma'am, thank you very much. Actually, Dr. Gunjan Shukla ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Supriya, you and your team need a break, take a good holiday, go on a trip. I can see how difficult it is. Even me sitting here as a mentor, I feel so exhausted after the session. I feel like I must rest. I cannot do anything. And I was just imagining how much of think you all have been doing. So it's a great effort. Please go on holiday. You need a break.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you each and everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Bye, Tamar, Christina,
Yes.
Marine,
Have a
Tamar.
nice day. Have a nice rest of day.
Tino and everyone. Thank you for your support.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye and happy Sunday.
Dr. Parul, I
Yes,
miss
happy Sunday.
Dr.
Happy Easter.